Hello, Austin. How dare you? There are tens of people that would have strongly worded arguments for you. Oh boy. No, so anyway, welcome everybody. It's RambleCast time. February 16th, 2022. Or so they tell me. Man, what a year it's already turning into. So anyway, let's see. Little disclosure. Nothing fucking happened this week. What the hell? Oh my god. I swear I have been looking for topics. I've been paying attention to topics all week, and it's like, this is kind of boring. There's not much to say here. Oh, this thing kind of almost happened, but not really. So if you guys have anything, feel free to make suggestions. Because there's no way I am filling the next few hours with the little bit that I have lined up. But yeah, so anyway, just putting that out there. Also, Corbin is not with us today. He's tied up, purportedly. That's what he says. I didn't ask him with what kind of rope, but you never know. I am kidding, of course. I'm just going to stop there. I am kidding, of course. Any joke that I would make to follow that up would probably be enough to get me canceled. So we'll leave that one alone. Trying to think what else is happening. What else is going on? Or what else is part of the setup? Let's see. I personally... Oh, actually, that reminds me. Not that it's important, but I really quickly just want to load something and see if I got a message in the last few minutes. Not that it's super important, but I'd kind of like to check. Good. I didn't. Awesome. Okay. And what else is happening? Oh yeah. So, not that it is super important, not that it matters for this stream or future streams, but I'm actually working on getting this office set up properly, finally, so that I can do some YouTube videos in here that aren't just stream with the green screen backdrop. I haven't quite figured out how I'm going to set this up, especially seeing as the office I am in, no joke, I can almost lie down flat, and not quite, but I can almost touch one wall with my feet while the other wall, I mean, I can't touch it with my head, but if I stretch my arms, I can touch the opposing wall. Like, it is a tiny office. And the other direction is a little bit longer, but not by much, which honestly, I bet I could do that I bet I could do that same stretch. It would just be a little bit like an actual stretch as opposed to not having to work at it stretch. Anyway, so yeah, figuring out how I'm going to work camera angles in here is going to be a little tricky, but yeah, I've spent the last couple of days trying to get some stuff cleaned up, throwing out old junk, or trying to, and hopefully making, I believe I now have at least a location where I can get a camera set up, and I think I have a corner I can kind of use for recording. There's still a lot to do. It sucks how much there is left to do. And I want to have all this done literally for tomorrow morning. Well, maybe not tomorrow morning, but sometime tomorrow, because I need to record a segment for review, and that's where I'll be hopefully lining up for recording. But we'll see. Anyway, let's see. So yeah, Corbin's not here. I've been tinkering with the office. Yeah, not a lot of exciting stuff, but hey, you never know. And speaking of not a lot of exciting stuff, our TV hopes and dreams have been dashed. We're going to have to wait entirely too long to finally get the last... excuse me. We're going to have to wait entirely too long to finally get to see The Last of Us on HBO. As it turns out, it has been announced it won't be out this year. Which, seeing as we're only in February, that is so disappointing. I kind of was hoping that at the worst case, they would basically have to say, look, you know, we thought we were going to get it out in time. Turns out we're going to have to delay. Sorry. I would have been okay with hearing that. I am disappointed though when we're 6 weeks, maybe 7, I don't know, depends on where the weeks landed, but let's say 6 weeks in to 2022 and they're already like, you know what, you got 30s, you got 36 weeks left in the year and we're not going to get this show out during any of them. That's disappointing. I was hoping that this would be like a December launch kind of thing. Maybe well, earlier would have been better, but you know, I would have been okay if this rolled out in December and we could have just been like straight up cool. At least we still get it this year. The thing that worries me most about this, not that I'm super worried. I think the show's going to be good, but I am a little worried about this on the basis for one reason. It's going to be it's going to come out in, let's assume, 2023. As such, when you really think about it, that means that they're not going to have a final definite decision on renewing it. In theory, they won't until 2023, which means that they're not going to start recording it until there is a confirmed let's go call, which means at the rate they're going, unless they really streamline things and keep a lot of stuff ready, there is no there's no chance realistically that they're going to be turning around and saying, oh yeah, by the way, come 2024 we'll have season 2. It seems like they're not in that sort of cycle. So I want them to be. I want this to have good continual progress, and I'm worried they won't. Anyway, and I say worried, I shouldn't say that. That sounds more involved than I am, but I need good shows. Also, at this stage, I'm slightly disappointed because I know I'm still going to be waiting a super long time for The Walking Dead, which is supposed to finish up this year, and I'm fairly confident it will. But man, they're only just about to finish up part 2 of 3 for the season, and they haven't announced when the final episodes of the season are going to take place. So feels like a long wait to get over with a show that theoretically a lot of people have kind of tuned out of. But I don't want to start rewatching it until I know when the final episodes are happening. Okay, so anyway, getting into actual tech, the only actual tech story I have lined up, and yeah, I know it's, like I said, it's not been a good week for tech stories. It is about the Android Privacy Sandbox. So there's a lot of backstory to this, but the really, really short abbreviated version is that Google is going to be replacing, at least aims to replace, the Android Advertiser ID. Well, Amazon botched Blade Runner. I would count on it. What was there was some story about that just recently, though I don't remember what it was. I'll look that up in a bit. But yeah, anyway, getting back to the Android Privacy Sandbox. So the ad tracking that they're doing, there's a system in place right now where ad tracking is basically done through a single ID that gets generated on your device. It's a unique ID when it's generated. It doesn't really attach you to the rest of your devices or your other web browsers. It really only lives on that one device. And it's an okay concept. Basically, it allows advertisers to, at the very least, identify, hey, here's one person who has seen the same thing multiple times, or has visited these 12 different types of sites or content, and it can exist I believe it can exist for the browser and for apps. I admit, it's been a really long time since I've looked at the specifics of advertiser ID. But anyway, presumably this has become one of those things where people are really not happy about that. They're not super into the idea that people can still track you and there's an ID that exists to do this. As many people know, you can reset that ID at any time you like and just generate a new one, making the old one effectively just vanish from existence. And yeah, so you could basically eliminate the privacy issue just by doing that, but people obviously don't, because it's a pain in the ass. I don't think I would blame anyone for not getting around to that, because it's not something that you think about doing unless you are super paranoid, as some people are, but that's not important. Anyway, so the thing that they're aiming for, as they're saying it is a multi-year initiative to build the privacy sandbox. In theory, they want to produce something that is more private while still keeping ad tracking relevant. At this point, I have a feeling what this really equates to is they just want to introduce the topics API that they're trying to bring to web. They haven't said as much, but that's kind of what it sounds like. I'm sure that there's probably more thinking going on than just that. They're planning out for the future, but realistically, that's the thing that they're pushing right now. So that would be my theory. Let's see. And The Verge seems to think it's going to be aimed more at the Fledge API, which maybe that was a different name for the topics system that they introduced, but whatever. Nevertheless, this seems to be their goal. Now, as a lot of writers have been pointing out, and I don't really agree with their take, but a lot of people are saying that this is a meaningless announcement. It has no legs, and effectively it doesn't matter because implementation of this is basically optional. App developers can continue to use the existing system. They can continue to do tracking using their own apps and cookies. Obviously, like, third-party stuff has some limitations, but honestly, they're not many. And if you do any sort of decent, it's referred to by a couple of different things, but just generally speaking, if you're fingerprinting people's devices, which is famously not that hard to do. Honestly, like, ad tracking with the tracking ID wasn't really that big of a deal anyway, because there were just already other ways of targeting people. So all of this said, a lot of writers have come out basically saying Privacy Sandbox is a wishy-washy thing. It doesn't have any legs. it's not going to be effective. And also because developers are not going to be required to shift a lot of their API support to this for at least a couple of years, they're going to delay as long as conceivably possible. I think this is all BS. Not to say that it won't happen, but I think a lot of, by the way, ad related stuff is only part of what Privacy Sandbox is. I should preface with that too. And the Privacy Sandbox also has to do with, it's going to theoretically involve app developers acknowledging more about how your data is being used, actually basically APIs to report and acknowledge uses of your data, etc., etc. And that is also part of what a lot of writers have called out as not important because no one's going to implement it. I do think a lot of this is BS because, well, first off, if you understand a lot of what's being said, if you read between the lines, I'll just say it now, Google isn't making this optional. This is going to happen. Is it going to happen with Android 13? No, Android 13 is a first step towards a bigger thing. When they say it's a multi-year initiative, yeah, they don't have this figured out and implemented yet, but they will. And realistically speaking, this is going to change how advertising happens on devices. I mean, you're still going to get ads. You're still going to get tons of garbage showing up in apps. Apps are still going to be monetized. None of that's changing. Tracking is still going to happen. There's still going to be a degree of shady behavior. I mean, let's be honest. Facebook wouldn't even be Facebook if it wasn't doing shady behavior that obviously cross these very same lines. And Facebook will always find a way to do it. So it's reasonable to assume the same thing's going to continue on. Google is not making that disappear. What I think Google is going to make disappear is the casual sharing of that information. I think a lot of advertising libraries are kind of already abusively collecting data and they're sharing it between each other. I think Google's going to make it a lot harder for them to operate that way because fingerprinting, they're going to have to work harder to fingerprint devices. They're going to have to work harder to collect some of the data that they want. That kind of thing is going to make them less effective. As a result, it is chasing app developers into a situation where they kind of have to find other ways to monetize. So, I think we're still going to have ads. I think we're going to just see more app developers looking to charging again, which likely means subscriptions rather than one-time payments, but it is what it is. So anyway, this is a long floundering topic. There are a lot of angles to it. I'm only kind of hitting a narrow end of it, but I do think that this is probably going to be marginally good for security and privacy. It's going to be exceptionally good at pressing app developers to seek new ways to monetize, because as advertisers become less effective, the payments also go down. That's just a reality. So I do think we're going to get closer and closer to a complicated future for advertising and app development. Anyway, so let's see. Austin, the Android 13 virtualization stuff, but it's a short topic. Yeah, that's right. I know that link is in Discord. I'll pull it up really quick. It shouldn't be that hard to find. Yeah, it wasn't too far up in the pages. So, yes, CNX Software. Or wait, is that? Yeah, that's the name of the site. And yeah, okay. So basically, they posted that with the Android 13 developer preview 1, they are basically able to run various other operating systems right on top of Android. And examples given include they managed to get Windows 11 running on a Pixel 6. Love how I just glance up and there's something flying around me. How is it? Like, it's not even the right season for stuff to be sneaking in. Okay, zappers in hand, I'm ready to kill if something flies around me again. Anyway, my god, the ads on this page. There we go. So yeah, anyway, they managed to get various distributions of Linux running. They got Windows 11 running. Didn't they get... I swear they mentioned some others, but yeah. So obviously this is kind of not the most useful thing, but it is interesting. It is compelling. It makes you wonder, like, how far away are we from maybe having that Android device that we'll say like a large Android device that you just plug in and maybe you run like a second screen experience, and in that second screen you pipe it out to an actual desktop monitor, and on that second screen you fill it with a virtualized version of, it could be Windows, it could be Linux, it could be something else. Would this necessarily be super practical? Probably not. It's not the greatest experience for sure, but it's not impossible. And that's what's kind of interesting about this, because you very much could run Windows. Not super fast, you're not going to be gaming on this, but you could run Windows on a Pixel 6 if you just hook up a display out cable to your Pixel 6, and which is that even supported? I seem to remember there being some issue with that maybe not being a thing, but you could in theory run Windows straight off of there, connect a mouse and keyboard. Next thing you know, you are rocking. You have your Windows experience just full bore. You're good to go. And you now have the infamous like portable device that you can hook to a dumb monitor, and it's nothing but fun. Do I see this happening? Probably not for a while. I'm not sure I'd want it to happen, but it is an option. As this article does point out, this kind of thing is used like this kind of thing is basically used, typically, the hypervisor, to be more specific when I say this kind of thing. The hypervisor is typically used for security purposes. It can be used for additional systems that need to be sandboxed effectively. It can serve a lot of purposes that don't have much to do with running a whole separate operating system, but that doesn't really rule out that you could run a whole other operating system. Oh, okay, you need a display link adapter hooked to your Pixel 6 in order to get there. I mean, hey, an adapter's an adapter, big deal. So yeah, anyway, I dig this potential. I dig the idea of this. And I linked to it I linked to it in Discord. I did an editorial so freaking long ago. It's honestly a little crazy to me to think that I wrote this 9 years ago, almost 9 years ago. We're coming up on the 9-year anniversary from when I wrote this, which actually, now that I think about it, I wrote this when I'd only been at AP for 6 weeks or 7 weeks, something like that. I'd only been at AP about 6 to 7 weeks when I wrote this. That's actually kind of a trip. Anyway, I had a theory all the way back then that virtualization was going to become a big part of Android, and at the time, my premise was basically, hey, you want to be able to sandbox a lot of your operation, like running apps. Now, I obviously presented it a little bit more along the lines of run 2 versions of Android, but in reality, you can use this technology to run individual apps. You can use it to run platforms, things like that. Basically, taking advantage of the hypervisor to run different operating systems in whatever capacity allows you to do so much with it. And you can basically cordon off large portions of an operating system to run very independently. Which I didn't describe it in the granular level of running like DRM or like tiny little subsystems, but this kind of thing, it is a big deal. Virtualization technology is hugely valuable, and it's a good thing that Android 13 is taking it yet another step further. I mean, if you paid attention to it, if you know what's going on, honestly, we weren't that far away 9 years ago from being able to do this. It actually seems like maybe Android 13 was taking a long overdue last step to get us there. Whoa. The hell was that? Felt like I just got bit on my arm. I don't see anything on the floor. And what was the thing flying around? I know what it is. It definitely wasn't a biting kind of thing. And I don't see a mark, but man, that... Great. Is it possible I just... Maybe my arm caught on the edge of my... The chair arm? This chair arm's got like little bits of stuff poking up, so it's possible maybe it just felt like a bite, but man, that's not ideal. Not loving that. Okay, so anyway, you're right, it's the NFT bug. Oh, Austin, dear God, it's terrible, but it's also kind of accurate. By NFT bug, you mean it's a rug pull? It was there 1 minute and gone the next. Oh boy, I already regret making that joke, but I think it's fair. So anyway, let's see. What else is going on? Okay, anyway, to kind of finish the thought on virtualization, which you're right, there's not a whole lot to say there, but I think it's neat. I'm curious how people are going to get to use it in addition to what we've already seen. Because honestly, let's be honest, this is not where it stops. It's not like the last thing that we've ever heard is, oh, hey, some people found a way to get Windows running on it, and while we're at it, we've already been using it for these little subsystems. Let's be honest, virtualization is going to become a more widely used thing, and the mere fact that it's now better supported in Android 13 and on really means, in a big way, I think we are only a short few years away from seeing virtualization used as an actual product in Android. Right now, it's being used as a feature. But when it gets used as a product, I think we're going to see a lot of stuff opening up. And by product, I mean literally, if your device supports virtualization, I think we're going to see companies actually selling products that specifically target that. Once that happens, I think big things are coming. Hopefully big things are coming. That could be exciting. We'll see if it turns out to be. Also if the hypervisor features just get completely locked down, which not impossible. But again, we'll see. So let's see. There was absolutely something else that I had in mind. One thing worth noting, for those who weren't paying attention, yesterday, Cyberpunk 2077 got its hugest, biggest, largest, most ginormous, gargantuanistic update. Apparently, they changed tons of stuff. They fixed a bunch of storyline details. They replaced the driving system entirely. Apparently, like, almost every mission had bug fixes and tweaks. They, I guess, added whole new systems for how like the fixers would assign missions to you. So you now actually have like a street cred level that's meaningful, as opposed to before, where basically you just walk into a zone and some fixer calls you up and is like, hey, yo, I got stuff for you. And then you just get assigned like a dozen things out of the gate. So who knows, but it sounds like a good fix. But there's a problem. There is a problem. Oh, I guess I could have pulled up the story for this. Where's it at? Okay, this one's focused a little more on the consoles, but whatever. I don't care. I'm really just looking for a backdrop. Okay, so the one big problem with this update, the thing I'm not too thrilled about, it does not include the infamous DLC that was promised and anticipated to have, or to come along like, not a year ago, but several months ago. They basically, there's supposed to be a DLC that's going to open up a big part of the city. It's supposed to add like a new, I remember hearing it was supposed to add some new mechanic involving like the local gangs or something. And obviously it'll introduce new weapons, new equipment. Who knows? There could be and probably will be more. Anyway, no word about that DLC. All we know is it's not here yet. And that's fine. But it leaves me wondering, like, what's going to be the story here? Because an update to the game, that's great and all, and I'm seeing a ton of people saying, oh, hey, I think I'll finally buy it. If it's finally fixed now, it's worth it. Which, okay, that's great. Like, good for CD Projekt Red. But man, it feels a little bit iffy to be pushing this update now and not have any word for, hey, big DLC's still on the horizon, still not here yet. Like, they should have given a little bit of a, like, clear, hey, we think we're gonna have this done by like at least maybe Q2. I don't know. Give something. Do give something. Because after all, people who are waiting on The Last of Us to hit HBO are probably also waiting on Cyberpunk 2077 to get its update situation, or its DLC situation in line. I'm of course half kidding. For me personally, I'm going to continue playing Control for a little while. I do want to tinker with Cyberpunk, but I'm going to go play Control and finish that before I circle back around to Cyberpunk stuff. But that's for the weekend game streams when they are definitely going to happen. Let's see. So yeah, and if you read the articles anywhere, they discuss all the just litany of changes and improvements that were made to the game. Though they did actually cut out some features and support, so certain hardware and certain OSs actually lost support, which kind of sucks for them. And they apparently improved a lot of stuff for consoles and everything else, which, yay, that's obviously good. And then just the list of all the other changes they made are monstrous. Like, absolutely crazy how much they changed. So, yeah, I'm really sitting on the wrong article to demonstrate that. There was they really feel like they definitely would have had, did they not have a link to coverage of the actual update itself? Maybe not. Nope, I guess not. Alright. Anyway, so one of these days, I'm kind of glad I'm playing Control now, because that'll give me, that'll give them plenty of time to get that update out finally. Hopefully. But yeah, we'll see what happens. Trying to think, what else is there? I know there were a couple of other topics, but the painful thing is I'm only like a little over a half hour in. Yeah, I'm about almost 40 minutes live, and it's funny how much the topics are just not gonna hold up. And it's kind of a shame. Corbin only let me know he couldn't make it kind of at the last minute. And it, like, my first thought is, damn, with a week as bad as this for tech news, all I got is, like, I was planning on just doing conversational crap with him. I figured we were going to talk and babble for like 2 hours and only occasionally hit a couple of tech topics. Let's see, what else? I'm scrolling back through Discord to see if there was something else, because I swear there were a couple of other things. Oh, okay, this is a little bit of a random anecdote, but my best friend, well, one of my two best friends, calls me up last night. Haven't talked to her in, it's been a few weeks. Anyway, she bought a Pixel 6. I don't know exactly when. I think it was probably about, maybe, yeah, it was probably about almost 2 months ago, give or take a couple of weeks. She's had it for a little while though. She didn't get it at launch. She decided to wait for no particular reason. She just decided to wait. I'm assuming maybe she read some extra reviews or something like that. I don't know. But she did wait a little bit. Actually, part of it I know was when the phone came out, I told her how sold out it was. And she did say, okay, well, if I can't buy it right now anyway, I'll just wait a little bit. So I do know that happened. But so last night while I'm talking to her, we didn't have a super long conversation, but we did talk about a couple of things. At the very end, she only had a couple minutes left, and I'm like, so here's a quick one. What do you think of your Pixel 6? And it took her a second, and she goes, "Oh my god, I love it." I asked her if she had any complaints. She mentioned that she had a problem with Bluetooth devices, but that was fixed with the last update. And aside from that, like, she has been nothing but happy with it. So, you know, obviously that's good news. I'm happy to hear someone's happy with their device. But yeah, it's funny because as I look around the internet, I'm seeing nothing but tech pundits saying, "Oh my god, like people going off about how bad the Pixel 6 is," and you know, I have little complaints about it, but nothing big. A real normal person I've asked she loves it. I'm just curious, like, is this a weird case? Hey, David Lama, how's it going? But is this a weird case where the Pixel 6 is just a completely different experience for each person? Or are different people's bar for what's good and what's bad that different? Or is it just a case of, like, some people are looking for reasons to hate things? What's with the sandbox talk? Okay, so I covered that just a little bit ago. Give me a minute and I'll circle back and do kind of a TLDR. Man, my throat is feeling weird too. Honestly, I'm not sure that this is going to be the longest stream tonight. Also, just realized there was something I kind of wanted to do too. But I need to set that up in a little bit. Okay, so yeah, anyway, a quick one would be great. Yeah, the thing is, it's without Corbin here, and with this having been such a quiet week, I have very quickly hit that pace of, like, not really sure what to talk about. It kind of sucks. Let's see, can I access this without plugging in a battery? I don't think I can. And of course I have to use this cable, but let's see what happens. And there wouldn't be a power button because of that. Okay, yeah, I'm betting this is not accessible without sticking in a battery. Okay, I can do that. But yeah, so there's every possibility it's going to be a fairly short show tonight. Okay, and plug that in. I guess I should also take that off. So you can't really see me doing this, but I have the Mavic 3 in hand, and I'm putting in a battery. Also, I can turn it on so that I can get some files off of it. Okay. That looks good. All right, yeah. Looks like audio's back. I'm a little concerned because I'm seeing what also looks like buffering happening. That doesn't normally happen. Okay, but... Alright, so... Cool. And also, hey, B-Slidem. Welcome to the stream. Okay, so what that tells me is I am not going to plug the Mavic 3 into that computer because, for whatever reason, that's causing the microphone to drop. I've never seen that happen before. And that's okay. I can move that stuff over on this one instead. No real loss. If I can just plug this in and set it down over here without breaking something, hopefully. Okay. Okay, and let that computer connect and figure out what it's doing. Why is it not? Come on now. Don't leave me hanging. Connect. Oh, that could be a pain in the ass if it's not connecting. Interesting. Okay. You like Bader's recent article? I'm not sure I've actually read it. Actually, I'm pretty sure I haven't read it. Let's see. Okay, hold on. The webcam went haywire. All right, I'm back on the right lighting. Okay, and I gotta admit, I do find this title funny. Setting up a Samsung phone is still the worst part of using one. It's just funny. Okay, what is that the article you're talking about, or because I'm not seeing much that is other than reviews in here. And I haven't read that one, but yeah, and this is going way back. Jeez, I didn't realize he had written so little. I mean, he's got some reviews in here, which is good. I just thought he had a few more editorials in here. Anyway, so the Privacy Sandbox, the really aggressively short version of this, is that it's kind of meant to prevent a couple of things. Actually, several things, but in theory, it's there to cut down on targeted advertising, at least invasive targeted advertising. It's also meant to reduce the amount of spying that app developers can do on their users by basically making it more obvious when they are, I don't want to say, spying is unfair, but making it more obvious when they're accessing sensors and information, giving more control to users to prevent them from accessing all of that stuff. Basically, it's the Privacy Sandbox is a good thing for the most part. The big topic that is getting hit on is it's kind of being split out between the advertising aspect of it and the discussion over the limitations that you can place on apps and how much you can learn from them, things like that. So, and very notably, there's also kind of a Play Store element here where they're trying to bring some of this stuff back to the Play Store too. Anyway, the problem with a lot of the coverage lately is that it's focusing very much on the fact that Google is framing this as an optional thing. And a lot of the coverage has basically said that this thing has no legs because Google isn't going to mandate it. And when it comes to advertiser tracking and stuff like that, app developers can already basically fingerprint devices in various ways. And as a result, they're not really going to prevent a lot of this bad habits or bad practices that were already commonplace. The practical reality is the things people are complaining about today and what they're calling out from Google, they're calling out step one of something that is going to exist across several steps. So in truth, I feel like a lot of the coverage for it has been dishonest. Not to say that there aren't valid reasons to criticize what's happening, but I don't think it is as big of a deal as a lot of people are making it out to be in terms of how little effect this has. I think that the effect is going to take a lot longer to become entirely visible. So, yeah, that's pretty much it. There's so much more that could be said on this, and it probably deserves a lot of deep dives into each corner and aspect, but unfortunately, this was one of those things where Google announced the Privacy Sandbox. It got acknowledged as a thing, and then they held a private with selected members of the press, basically Q&A session, and I think a lot of people came in not caring to take the full message in, because there's a lot more to the message than what people got. So yeah, that's kind of where I sit on it. That's where a lot of other people seem to sit on it. It's going to be a good thing, but I think it's going to take a while to become obvious. Whereas when Apple made this same move, what was it, a year and a half, 2 years ago, something like that, Apple did it as one very big, very aggressive kind of middle finger to advertisers, app developers that do need to do some sort of tracking. That, not need to, but they choose to. Sorry, I should say it that way. I think a lot of that has kind of left the story in maybe a less than entirely genuine point. I'm not wording well, but you get the idea. Okay, let's see. Is this... Okay, sorry, I'm just looking to see. I went out a few days ago so that I could get... Did it generate it here? Anyway, I took the Mavic out a few days ago while there was actually some amount of okay weather, which, believe me, has not been much of a thing. That doesn't look as good as I was hoping it would. Anyway. Ooh, that actually doesn't look great at all. Yeah, okay. So, yeah, I took the Mavic out, and I was going to show these, but they're just not, they didn't turn out so well. I took some time lapses against some mountains, and they're okay, but they're not great. Hmm. Okay. Yeah. Man, weather here has not been ideal for taking out a drone and getting good shots. Not that you guys necessarily care about that, but it's been frustrating. I'm trying to wrap up this review, and just every single time that I would go out, like when there's good weather, it's on a day that I can't go anywhere. And when there's bad weather, or when I can go somewhere, there's either bad weather or I don't have time to make it somewhere, or some other thing gets in the way. So I got a couple of different time lapses. The longest one was 15 seconds. Let's see if I'll just quickly copy these over. Where can I do this? If I drop them to... Can I just throw them across the network to there? I certainly can. Okay, let's just dump them in this folder. And into there. Okay, so I don't know how long it's going to take to do that copy, but we'll see. I bet that's going to take forever. They're not even that big, but we'll oh no, actually that might go quickly. We'll see what happens. And I'm also not sure how well these are gonna, or how am I gonna play these? If I dump them into Chrome, are they just gonna play? Because I kind of don't want to. Yeah, that didn't work. How? I guess I can't use VLC because that's playing music. I guess I could set up... What would be another way to do this? There's gotta be like a video player, right? A web-based video player. No, but... What would I use? I don't want to go to the trouble of setting up a whole scene just for screen capping this. Okay, I'll think on it for a second. David, so yeah, with time lapses on a drone, what you're doing, I mean, it is like a normal time lapse. It's just drone goes up in the air, takes a photo every second or so, something like that, and stitches it together to generate a video. Battery life definitely factors in. You don't typically get super long time lapses on something like this, but so in this instance, the Mavic 3 actually has incredibly good battery life. You can view the file system in your browser. Yeah, but does that work on Chrome? Oh, wow. Also, holy crap, the sun just hit, like... The sun is streaming in through my side window. I didn't think that was going to happen. Today's weather has been so bad, I didn't think the sun would break through the clouds. But it is just completely wrecking the view. Hold on a second while I fix this camera a little bit. There we are. Let's dump the game. Okay. I'm still gonna be like super harshly side-lit, but it's good enough. Yeah, that looks pretty bad. Okay, let me make sure I don't oops this in a really dumb way. Oh yeah, okay, that'll be fine. Okay, into there. Now, what's going to happen if I view these movies from here? Is it going to try to download them or play them? It tries to download them. That's not going to work. So I can view the file system, but I can't... I wonder if it's because these are MOV files instead of MP4. Yep, that's the problem. It tries... Damn it. Yeah, because it's the wrong format. I knew I should have made these MP4s instead of MOVs. Even when I was setting it up, I was thinking, you know, and maybe that wasn't an option. I'm not sure that's an option, but when I was setting this up, I remember looking at the file choices at one point and thinking, damn, that would be upload to streamable. I'm not doing that. Not like they're staying with me is kind of the point, at least until I use them for something. How about just web MOV player? Wait, 100% free and online viewer tool, open from any device with a modern browser like. It says upload. Also, this website's janky. But okay, I'll take a second and see what happens. No, okay. That's not a player, it's an uploader. How about this? Oh, no, that doesn't work either. I guess doing a window capture is probably the only way I can do this. That's lame. Okay, really quick, so that I don't have files lying around, I'm gonna make sure I delete the stuff I just accidentally downloaded. Should just be that one. Yep, okay. It's still gonna download, yeah. I'll try it real quick, but... yeah, it's still gonna... I can already tell it's still gonna download. Okay, so what I'm gonna do... Actually, I'll just open it in DaVinci. And I'll window capture that. It's not the greatest solution, but it'll work. That or... Oh, I wonder if... Yeah, if I try to do that, I'd have to set up so much stuff to make that thing work. So yeah, I'll just open in DaVinci, set up a window capture. It's not ideal, but it works. Window capture. Untitled project. Skip the download. Man, this is such overkill to play a freaking video. But hey, that's what we do around here. Wait, what the hell? Oh wow. Okay, that didn't even find the window. Can I not capture DaVinci Resolve? Because if that's... Oh, there we go. Okay. Not sure why it struggled with that, but the first window I picked, it just did not even give me the time of day. Okay. Let's see. And anyway, not that any of this is super important or anything, but just for the hell of it, you know. Here's what I kind of sunk a part of my last few days into. Just repositioning this so that it's screw it. We're doing it like this. This is janky. This looks terrible, but it's how it's gonna get done today. Okay, place it behind the webcam just because. This is my way of watermarking. Oh wow, why is that so dark in this? It's not even, that's not even how it's supposed to look. Okay, there's that one. Oh, all right. Let's, we'll drop all three of these into the timeline. And drop over, oops, wrong tab. Go to color. Should just be able to how about in HDR? Yeah, HDR global. Wait, why is that not? Okay, I just need to drag a lot more. Okay, so bring that up a little bit. How's this looking in? Okay. Let's hide the node graph. Okay. And there we go. So first, this is the first one. It doesn't look like it, but that is in fact a time lapse. This one, we're going to bring up the exposure again, but not as much. Wait, why isn't it? Yeah, we're on the right clip. Okay. I'm just quickly tweaking exposure. Obviously, when I finish with these, they're gonna get color corrections and other stuff like that, but so I specifically wanted to get this one because sun just over the mountain, like as it's setting, but it's actually shakier than I thought it would be. So starting this one again, like I'm gonna have to stabilize these. I didn't expect that to be the case. I thought that the drone was gonna do that a lot more automatically. Also, I don't know if you're seeing it in the YouTube view, there is a flicker that happens just, oops, no, come on. Yeah, there's a flicker that happens in this one right there in the sky. That looks so bad. I'm gonna have to figure out what's up with that. So that's gonna suck. I don't want these time lapses to have been awful in the full sense. But hey, it is what it is. And then the final one, this is the one that I think will probably be the one that kind of turns out. I pointed this toward the this is a part that's going to be in the shadow of the mountain that I was on. And if you've watched the opening card of the stream, you've seen that this is the one, or this is basically where I took the shot for the opening card. There's not a, oops, I waited just a fraction too long for that shot. Okay, let's get back to it. This one. So yeah, this is shot from basically the same perspective but higher up. I do love this spot. Like, this is such a neat looking spot because you've got off in the distance, you have those, you just have tons of clouds. You've got it, which actually that's kind of smoke in the valley. it looks like fog, but it's definitely smoke. Let's see, where's our... What? Oh, can you not drag? Oh, yeah, just have to use that. Got it. But yeah, it's such a neat looking view out over these mountains. And once I do some color tweaking, like, this is gonna look so much, hopefully it's gonna look so much cooler. I'm gonna definitely try to bring up some of the blues in the background, liven up the greens a little bit. But yeah, anyway, so once this gets stabilized, I think it'll look pretty nice. But in the meantime, it still kind of looks like butt. But hey, all the original image files are generated, so I'll work on it. It'll be a thing. Yeah, the last one's definitely the best. Let's see. Carson brings up the lens flare. Yeah, this drone does have a little bit of lens flare, but it's not bad. And honestly, every time I see it in shots, it looks good. I like it. I think it looks the lens flares on this thing. Technically, you don't want a bunch of lens flaring, but it looks so good on this drone. I don't know what it is, but man, it is the neatest looking thing. Yeah, right there. Also, not sure how well you can see it in the video, but that's... If you see what looks like kind of weird graphical problems where you're seeing like white pixels, that's actual snow. We still actually have snow on this mountain, which I did not expect. Not like it's a big deal or anything, but the snow that we had here was very short-lived. DaVinci, why do you do this to me? There's this weird bug, I'm gonna say, in DaVinci where if you're using a trackpad to move around, it takes the inertia that's left over from the trackpad, like from a swipe, and it turns into a zoom out. I don't know why. I really want it fixed, but it's been like this for months, and I don't think they're interested in fixing it. But yeah, a little bit of snow. I stumbled onto some interesting places up on this mountain range that I intend to check out more in the future, but at the moment, not going to go too much deeper into that place. I want instead, I've got another location that I'm planning on hitting for the review. Anyway, I'm going to come back to those at another time. Anyway, so we'll switch back to there. The green screen is still janky. Can I fix this with just... Let's see. Maybe if we bump up the gain a little bit. It's kind of fixing it. It's good enough. So yeah, anyway, that's part of what I was out doing. The other thing I was out doing, not the same day, but what I have done, and anyone who watched my previous photo edit stream, you saw the video of the crashing gimbal. That was me working on a microphone review. That's part of what I'm moving everything around for, what I'm cleaning the office for, is so that I can finish recording some audio samples, which will involve a video. Very short video portion. It's just going to be me sitting in the office plus going out to that other location. But hey, you know, quick stuff. So yeah, that's kind of what I'm working on. Again, like, topics this week, I feel this week is so rough for tech topics. Nothing has really happened outside of the privacy sandbox. I guess you could call it a controversy. And like Cyberpunk getting an update. It's amazing how little has really happened. Oh, that kind of also reminds me in a roundabout way. But yeah, if anyone has topic suggestions, drop them into RambleCast. Carson with the link to color.method.ac. Okay, so what is this? Also, really quick, occurs to me, oops, I need to send a quick message in Discord to somebody. This will literally take like 20 seconds. Okay, that's done. Back to this. Press to get started. Before you start, calibrate the screen. Man, this is not going to be the best screen for this, but Carson, what is the plan here? Is this a let's see if Cody's colorblind? Because I am not. I know that much, but let's see. Adjust brightness and contrast. You should barely be able to see a difference between the inner and outer color. If you're on a laptop, also make sure to adjust the viewing angle of your screen. Don't worry if you can't see all the colors. The game has built-in tolerance. MKBHD tweeted it. Oops, wait, what the hell? Huh, why is it still showing? It's that window capture is still showing a window that is now completely closed. I've never seen OBS do that before. Okay. Anyway, the game has built-in tolerance and will give you a perfect score if the colors are very similar. Okay. I don't know about anyone else. All right, there. Fix the scene. I don't know about anybody else, but for me, they're all, I'd say they're about right. I can tell a difference mostly just in the black and gray. All the others, I can barely, like it's different for each one. Some of them are a lot more obvious than others. The fuchsia at the bottom right, that one is, that's the only one where I really can't tell a difference on this display. But, okay. Anyway, I'm going to assume that's pretty good. Let's see what happens here. Hue will start in. Wait, what am I supposed to do? Oh. Man, I'm... Yeah, okay. I get it now. So you're just trying to find that perfect spot to match. Saturation, press to get started. Oh, really? Oh, that's tricky. Getting the right saturation on these. This is a goofy game. Suddenly my eye just tweaks out on me. I'm not gonna have time to get that one. Oh wow, last second I click it just right. Oh man, something just really weird happened with my eye. Like, hold on a second. It's like it wigged out or something, but I think my contact just like shifted or something. That was weird. Okay. Not a way to get out of a crappy performance on that last round, just that was weird. Okay. Complementary colors. What is gonna be okay? Yeah, I know that's not perfect, but yeah, I'm not quite getting perfect positioning on these, but getting the saturation match is tricky. It's really not easy getting that saturation match. Yeah, I can tell that one wasn't quite right. Oh, geez, analogous. Wow, actually got that one. I didn't think I was going to. Oh yeah, it doesn't quite give you enough time to hone in. You got to be like Johnny on the spot with these. Wait a second. So we're aiming for... That doesn't look like it should line up. Huh. Yeah, I'm not doing great with that one. Some of those don't line up right, though. I don't think. Okay, go for that color match. Yeah, that wasn't perfect, but it was pretty close. I can usually do all right when I'm matching one primary color. Yeah, positioning's tricky in the time frame too, but okay, if I'm matching against it's so tricky to get perfectly lined up with the saturation. Yeah. I can tell it's off, but okay. What? Who makes these games? I'm kind of curious. I'm not doing that well. I can tell. Which maybe that's kind of the thing. Like, I can tell I'm not doing that well, and I might be pickier than other people. Oh, come on, that one was perfect. Yeah. Some of these, like, one color looks absolutely like it should be perfectly lined up, and then the others are just off by, like, the smallest shade. Oh, got it perfect. Sweet. Had to happen eventually, right? Wait, what? perfect lineup on the green, but the others look wrong. How the hell? Okay, a 7.5. I'm a solid C student on color. Yay me. Okay, so really quick, the colorblind test. Experimental colorblind assistance. We implemented a solution for players with color perception deficiencies. Each primary color represents a shape, and the intermediate steps are represented by a morph between each shape. The shape is meant as a general guide to pick the right hue. You will still need to adjust the color to get a good score. Let us know how it works for you. Oh, yeah, okay, then that's not really... It's just a cheater for if you're colorblind, so you can play the same game. Not exactly the intent, I think. So, alright, interesting game. For anyone that wants to try it, I'll paste the link into chat. It's color.method.ac. So, you know, post some scores or something. Let us know if you do well. Alright, so yeah, I don't know. Honestly, like I said, it is the hardest week for topics because just nothing happened. Why technology companies? Why couldn't you have given us tons and tons of good topics to talk about? Okay, I'm straight up gonna be cheesy with this, and we're going to The Verge. We're gonna look for tech again. Oh, all tech. And just see if there's any good stuff. Oh, okay, here's something just dumb, short, and stupid. And I don't know the accuracy of this, though. I'm actually going to search for it right now. Let's find out. Let's see. Oh my god, it's actually true. Okay. So... Oh, I'm so glad that this is actually true. Okay, so... Apparently Mark Zuckerberg, notoriously the creepy leader of Facebook, has told employees that they are no longer called Facebookers. They are now called MetaMates, which of course aligns with the company's new name, Meta. So I'm just gonna say it. Look, there was a point in history where people would say that you were, if you were posting to Facebook at all, then you were Facebooking. Sometimes that would also be applied to reading Facebook. I'm just curious, is a new term going to be metamating? That would be kind of the right conjugation of it. And I'm just saying, at this point, I need to call HR. Metamate, come on. What is wrong with people that they don't hear the stupid coming out of their mouth? Mark Zuckerberg, I don't care how smart the guy supposedly is, but holy shit, that is the stupidest name he could have come up with. So no, Metamate, unacceptable. Come on. No amount of $1 billion excuses you being that bad at branding. Okay, we can just... No, I'm gonna pick that up with it. On hook, battery out. And I'll mess with that later. Okay. So yeah. I don't get it. How is this guy a billionaire? Stupidest fucking name. Okay. Batteries are plugged in and charging again. Carson, alpha better. I mean, that'd be kind of perfect for like a Google employee that's super hooked on going to Vegas. But outside of that, yeah, pretty terrible sounding name. So yeah. I just, like, why? Come on. This needs to be memed and mocked. There are people out there who could have told him this was a terrible idea. And I'm thinking he just didn't want to listen to anyone. There had to be someone who was like, hey, Mark, listen, my dude. We know you're going to say MetaMate, and we're telling you right now, don't. Someone out there had to have been like, yo, just take a pause on this. Think it through before you tell everyone to call themselves MetaMates. Because you're pretty much begging employees to quit. Come on now. But anyway, wow. As I kind of glance at this article, not even really reading it, but just noticing the opening line of this paragraph. MetaMates, not to be confused with Metamucil, the fiber supplement for those experiencing gastrointestinal distress, will have some other new values moving forward. Yeah. Your values are going to have to be anti-bullying campaigns to protect Facebook employees from the fact that everyone will now have to call them MetaMates just to mock the living hell out of them. If you want your employees to be bullied, you call them MetaMates. I'm just saying. All of a sudden, all the people living in the Bay Area that work at Facebook are just like, they're all going to be contacting their congressperson like, yo, our boss is just is abusing us. He wants to call us MetaMates. He thinks we all live in a glass bubble that he can play with, kind of like The Sims. Oh, jeez. What? Why? Just why? Who thought this was a good idea? Let's see. Carson brings up, oh my god, really? The on TV. I'm assuming that this is both the stick and the box. Rolling out now, at least on the 4K version. Okay, so at least the 4K, uncertain if it applies to the stick. Anyway, yeah. If they're getting these updates out more reliably than Google for a box that was just objectively cheaper, that's pretty sad. Oh geez. The problem though is Android TV is just invariably going to always be that thing where people don't know that people don't really care about updates unless they bring new features, and even then I think a lot of people don't care that much. But in this particular instance, it is such a low bar to bring updates out. How is it Google's not maintaining their own? Are they really not? Does it mention that in this article? Let's see. Giving praise to Walmart, blah blah blah. Okay, this doesn't mention Google's update history, but yeah, I honestly don't know what Google's update history is on the Chromecast with Google TV. I still hate that name. But if Chromecast with Google TV isn't keeping up with this, are you sure it's not? I'm actually curious. Let's see. Update history. Chromecast. Oops. with Google TV. Okay, so last updated December 21st. So Walmart just pushed the January. Yeah, the January update. So if Google gets theirs out pretty shortly, wait a second. That was published in December but carries October's updates. What is this one? This just says January security patch. That reads like it's the actual January security patch, not an older version. Man. And so Google's over a month, or they're about 3 weeks late-ish. Almost 4. Okay, yeah, no, this looks bad for Google. Walmart, with a box that they're charging next to nothing for, is beating Google on a true first-party device. That actually is bad. I'm not normally one to do the whole, oh my god, like, don't freak out just because Google's a week or two behind and somebody else rushed out an update. Like, it's okay if security updates aren't hitting a Google device literally first. I'm totally okay with this. I'm okay with major updates within a conceptual level. I'm like, if Google's pushing developer updates, like they obviously would be, but if they're like quote unquote final release of a version comes out after, like if let's say OnePlus is like, oh, we're gonna beat Google to this, and so they hammer out an update super fast and get it out literally like day one, whereas Google's like, yeah, we're actually not going to ship the like stable version of, we'll say Android 13 will one day be that stable version. If OnePlus beats Google to shipping an Android 13 stable to their devices, I don't care. Like, that's fine. But we're talking about days, or even possibly hours. Maybe for like an individual device, it might even be upwards of a week or 2 weeks, because that does happen. In this instance, we're talking about, at a bare minimum, 3 weeks late for just pushing a monthly security update, because according to this, their last one was December 21st. Wait, did that actually, wait, no, hold on a second. I think I'm looking at the wrong page. Because this, oh wait, no, never mind. There, it's that is the right one. I was looking down here and thinking, oh, it doesn't mention Chromecast with Google TV in any of these. But no, it's right there. So yeah, at a bare minimum, they should have shipped something in January. They didn't. We're halfway through February now. And when Google did ship something in December, it was for the October security update. Sorry, zooming this in so that it's as super visible as it can get. That sucks. Like, honestly, this is bad. They should not have this much of a lag. Chromecast with Google TV, man, it's getting the Nexus player treatment. This is how bad the Nexus player had it. Because I don't know how many people remember the Nexus player and what it was like when that was supported, but man, other Nexus devices came out, they got their updates pretty quick. By the following year, the Nexus player was getting updates behind everybody by like significant delays, and the updates were missing stuff Sometimes they weren't behaving right. This feels like it's not far from getting that same sort of treatment. And I know I'm just nitpicking, a security update came kind of late, but it feels not good. Feels very not good to see that happening. Low-key, you know what? I still want to get one if, like, Google looks through its various services and says, oh, hey, YouTube premium subscribers, we're going to send you one for free. Like, if they do that, I'd still want it. But I don't have any interest in buying one. I gotta say, though, like, this reinforces the idea it's not worth buying that device. Like, it's interesting maybe for some features that could come out to it, but it's also, if it's getting updates this slow, I don't feel like it's getting new features first either. I mean, they promised user profiles. Like, we got to be closing in on a year since they promised multiple user profiles. That never happened. At least as far as I'm aware, it never happened. And they're shipping updates this late. I mean, we're talking about a security patch from 4 months ago. Why? Shouldn't this be a thing? Like, we're just talking about upstream patching and then packaging and pushing an update. And sure, this isn't like a Pixel device, but it's not like it's that hard. And people still expect their stuff to be secure-ish. So, you know, how about pushing those updates, Google? Little bad look there. Little bad look after, very, very bad look. Anyway, so wow. You know, when I reviewed this, I honestly thought the story was gonna be, hey, Walmart ships this device and it's gonna get like one update ever, which might only even just be a security update. It might not even be a like major OS update. Now I'm thinking Google's gonna turn around and be like, yeah, here's the Chromecast Google TV. It's never even gonna get a platform update ever again. And Walmart's gonna be out there like doing an NVIDIA, not to the extreme of NVIDIA, but like, watch this thing get like 3 platform updates. If it does, oh my god. Seriously, if this gets 3 platform updates, there needs to be, I'm not volunteering for this, but there needs to be somebody out there like taking bets on this. Like, if this gets 3 platform updates, somebody out there needs to be like, I'll eat it. Someone will actually ingest an on 4K streaming box, just straight up like, 3 platform updates, I'll eat one. Huh. Weird. Okay. Sorry, I just saw something I did not expect to see. So yeah, anyway. Man, what the hell? Carson, good find on this. It's such an innocuous thing that a security update is worth talking about, but in this instance, it's actually like truly a interesting topic, only because it is such a bad situation Google is putting people in. I mean, it's not like this is the worst thing. Nobody cares about their security updates, not really, but when you're sitting there looking at devices and their update history, and you're like, yeah, no, my TV streaming box is already feels abandoned because it's 4 months behind on updates. It's a bad look. Okay. Anyway, so what else do we have? What else do we have for topical stuff? I gotta admit, I am just so not sure what topics to hit. Trying to think what else is there. I swear there was more. Anyway, looking back to see if there was any other good tech BS stuff. I didn't read into it, but I guess it is kind of worth checking this Spotify story, because people are constantly curious about that. So they're acquiring charitable and pod sites. Both of these are marketing and ad attribution companies. Okay, so they're just buying their way into more podcasting stuff. Honestly, I don't feel there's anything interesting here. It's just Spotify is investing more into trying to own the podcast space, which, ew. Just ew. I'm glad that nobody has to be tied to Spotify for podcasts. It's such a good thing that is not a platform that has to happen. Let's see. So, man, I looked through all of these topics earlier too. Yeah, if anyone has suggestions for topics, I'm open. But yeah, it's amazing how little has happened this week. Oh, the article under the Spotify one. Okay, going back. Oh, yeah, Carson. I actually did talk about this earlier. In fact, I think that was the very first topic. Yeah, I'm bummed about this because just because I really wanted it to happen this year. In part because I don't want it, like, they filmed it last year. They're now going to have this entire whole year where no one will have seen it, and then they'll air it sometime in 2023, which means that when they put in it, okay, think about what that means for when they put in their potential renewal order. By the time they ask to renew this, they're not going to get around to filming a second season probably until earliest would be middle of 2023. And if they take another year plus after filming it, that means that it's not going to be until earliest 2025, end of 2025, when they finally air the next season. Assuming that it takes them the same amount of time and all that stuff. Maybe it won't. Maybe they'll be able to hammer it out a lot quicker, but still, I feel like this isn't going to follow a yearly pattern. And that kind of sucks. This is a show that you don't want to leave languishing. At least I don't want to see it languish. So, and you know that they're only going to do like 10 episodes. Maybe fewer. But I don't think that this is supposed to be a longer series. I swear I remember reading it was a 10 episode series. Anyway, yeah. I'm not optimistic about this. I want to know that they have a plan for season 2, assuming it gets picked up. Yeah, a lot of HBO shows have a 2-year gap between seasons. It's hit and miss. Some do, some don't. Like Euphoria. Actually, has anyone watched Euphoria? I ask, and I know the obvious. Everyone who's watched it seems to say it's like a really great show. I've never seen it. I kind of want to. I've heard such good things about it. I want to see it. I just haven't yet. So, yeah. Actually, I should, let's see, just quickly opening a tab to remind me to check it out. You've seen bits from your friends. That seems like that excuse, like, you think it's geared more towards Gen Z? I mean, very possibly, but the thing is, even stuff targeted at specific age groups and people doesn't stop it necessarily from being really good. Believe me, there are things that I've watched in, I mean, I could say recent years, but there are things I've watched over the years that people would look at and go, wait a second, you're watching that? Why are you watching that? Like, that's meant for teenagers, or that's meant for this, that's meant for that. And it's like, okay, sure, that's what it's meant for, but have you watched it? It's actually good. There are a lot of shows that when I've watched them, I thought they were gonna suck, or I thought they were just total mindless garbage going in, and then once I watched an episode, it's like, hey, wait a second, like, whoever made this, they made it to target that goofball audience that's not aiming very high, but turns out it's actually, like, well made. Somebody was smart when they made this. And I'm trying to think of good examples of this, and the only show, and it's not the best example, but the first show that actually jumps to mind, it was a show, I think it was on MTV. I could be wrong on that, but it was a show called Awkward. Not the greatest show. Believe me, I'm not singing the praises of this, but it was a lot better than what you expect from it. Yeah, this was the show. And the acting, about half of the people there were mediocre actors, but there were a few of them that actually put together surprisingly good performances, especially given what they sometimes had to say and do. But it was a legitimately better show than you would expect for what is supposed to be just like your high school teen comedy drama. I guess a dramedy, technically. But yeah, for as goofy as it was, they actually had some fairly good acting. They actually had a few pretty decent episodes with, like, more to it than just the generic garbage. It happens. And so, you know, I'm not saying that this is something everyone should go rush out and watch. I wouldn't go that far. But it didn't make me feel as much regret as I figured that would. And there are shows like that. Yeah, Carson, Austin popped in and immediately said something at the start of the stream. My first response is, there are tens of people that would have very strongly worded arguments with you. Euphoria is Degrassi with more sex and drugs. I mean, that doesn't... Okay, I never watched Degrassi, but more sex and drugs kind of sounds like a good show. I'm just saying. You feel too old for Euphoria? Okay. Figured we'd cover Ron's article. I don't know for sure which one that is, but let's quickly see. Yeah, see, this is the thing. Okay, so everybody has had this take, and so this will now be the third time touching this topic. And I was kind of avoiding hitting Ron in this because here's the thing. Ron kind of picks on Google a lot, and that's fine. It's usually well deserved. Not always. Sometimes I think he picks fights that are really, really unstable ground to be standing on. Like, you got no legs to stand on for some of the things he has picked fights with, and that's a separate issue. But in this instance, there are a lot of other writers that were involved in the Privacy Sandbox private press like meeting. It was a Q&A session, and I know several of them basically decided that they were going to take pot shots at Google over this, basically saying it's a completely toothless thing, it's a weak or it almost like pointless thing to announce. And the problem with it is they're wrong. They are almost certainly wrong on all of this, because yes, there are some weak points in what Google is talking about doing, and it isn't fully worked up yet. But here's the thing, they are also on a path to actually implementing a lot of this stuff in a way that is going to it is going to still protect some privacy. Is it going to be perfect? No. But it is going to protect privacy to an extent. It will improve a situation that is not as good today as it could be. And that's kind of the thing. Does anybody actually expect Google to completely shut out advertising? If you do, you're nuts. Does anyone expect Google to make it completely impossible to do any sort of tracking, fingerprinting, or otherwise associating people's devices to the things that they do look up, read, interact with, the apps they use, etc., etc.? If anyone believes that Google's going to completely shut that stuff out, again, you're nuts. Apple doesn't shut this stuff out. Why would Google? Google is still an advertising company, and if they're caught pulling too much hinky stuff to give themselves too much of an advantage, they're screwed. Like, antitrust regulations will come crashing down in like a guillotine. It will destroy the company if they're caught doing that too much. But doing small scale stuff, kind of okay. And Carson, yes, that's actually something I said in my initial ramble on this topic earlier in the stream. The thing is, if you basically destroy the advertising industry, if you shut out the ability for advertisers to do targeted advertising, the reality is they're going to have to revert to the old advertising business model, the one that sucked, the one that was basically the pre-Google advertising model, the one that said, hey, some company paid us X amount of dollars to advertise their product. We don't know who to advertise it to, so we're just going to advertise it to everybody. And because that's not worth much, we're going to pay them crap. Or sorry, we can't charge them much. And as a result, everywhere that we show those ads, well, we can't pay much for them because it's not worth much. As a result, you end up in this scenario where, honestly, the value of advertising is just absolutely depleted. And when that happens, forget it. App developers cannot use advertising as a means of making money. And don't get me wrong, I think more app developers should figure out ways to not rely on advertising, and more to the point, if possible, offer ways to cut advertising and tracking and everything else from their apps. Not that everyone's willing to do this, but a lot of people tell you they'll happily pay $1 a year, $2 a year to not ever get ads in a particular app. that might get too expensive for a lot of people. And some people will want a one-time payment to get rid of ads. Some people would be okay with subscriptions. It varies from case to case. But at the end of the day, a lot of people would love to get rid of apps and tracking and pretty much everything else. If you cut that stuff out, app developers, or if you make it so app developers can't use those options though, they have to circle back around and say, all right, well, in that case, we're just going to charge our users. And once they're charging users, especially if they don't have like both as options, it makes it so much harder. You're competing with a ton of other apps that they all need to make money off of users, and some apps make money off of advertising, and that's a perfect solution for them. There are other apps, man, they have to charge for it because the app might require a ton of development time, and like a user might only need to pop it open for like a minute once a month. It might cost a fortune to build that app, but you cannot make money off of it from ads. So you need to charge users. What if users, though, are then faced with all of their apps trying to get money out of them? If that future were to come, you're competing with too many other apps, and the ones that need money or the ones that need to charge money directly to survive instead of using advertising, they will not survive. They will get absolutely destroyed by this. So advertising does serve a valid purpose in this market. It's not pleasant. It's not ideal. Nobody likes ads. I say nobody likes ads, but funny enough, I do remember Max Weinbach not that long ago saying how much he likes targeted ads because he actually buys stuff from them. So some people like ads, I guess. Anyway, the weird kind of hostility people have towards the advertising industry is sometimes a little forest for the trees kind of situation. But anyway, so Ron, along with many others, is basically hating on the fact that Google's privacy sandbox is effectively an opt-in situation. App developers can basically sort of volunteer to use it. And this does apply to more than just ads, though that's what a lot of people are focusing on, is the ads portion of it. And yeah, as it says right here, advertisers can opt into the privacy improvements. And yes, that is one of the things that seems kind of bad until you understand that this is a short, well, relatively speaking, it's a short-term opt-in. Give it a few years. This will not be opt-in in a few years. This is not going to be a thing where that time is coming. Let's just say that. Will this be I don't know. I'm trying to think of a way to say this that cements the point, but the practical reality is everyone's picking on this because it's not going to solve any problems today. This is the first step to solving problems someday. And it's funny because so much of the stuff that Google adds to Android, so much of what Google adds to Android, it's stuff that is not going to apply to anybody for months or sometimes years. But that doesn't mean they can't add it today. And that's kind of where the privacy sandbox is positioned. It's a solution that we're talking about, an industry that's going to have to mold and adapt to it. It's not an industry that's going to have a solution and new stuff worked out overnight. But give it a year, give it 2 years. The industry will adapt to this. Maybe in good ways, maybe in bad ways, but That's why this is not an overnight, like, dropping the bomb and saying, hey, guess what? In Android 13, we're just we're killing tracking. Like, it's just gone. They're not doing that because they can't. If they did that, first off, antitrust cases would come crashing down on Google. It's so short-sighted to think that they can implement a big, huge change like this without drawing a lot of hate. So they're taking short steps to introduce stuff that's going to have a long-term plan. It will get there eventually. And even then, honestly, I'm concerned Google might be aiming a little too high with what they're trying to do with privacy. Maybe they're not. I don't know. We'll see. But what the thing is, right now they're trying to play nice with everybody. And that's what they have to do. It doesn't work to say, oh wow, this thing's toothless because advertisers don't have to use it on a given date. Well, sure, they don't have to use it on a given specific date. There's not a deadline forcing them into accepting this by like the end of 2022 or something. But someday there will be. That's the thing. Someday there will be. And when that time comes, I don't know if Google's going to be harsher than Apple. And Apple's not that harsh, honestly. Apple's thing is not really preventing that much. But I'm sorry, this is going to be a bigger thing. Google called it a multi-year initiative. And there's a reason for that, because this is not the one thing that they're doing. This is step one of a bigger thing. Yeah, this is why it makes me sometimes uncomfortable when too many sites talk amongst each other and decide what their narrative is going to be. Because it's totally good for some to have this opinion, to call stuff out. I appreciate that. I approve of that. But I've seen too many different sites decide to call this out as a completely meaningless or toothless initiative. And I think that's completely wrong. It is for today. It does not have any relevance today. It's going to someday. And the part that kind of sucks is when that happens. First off, a whole bunch of sites and senior editors are going to be circling around saying, see, we did that because we called out Google. We made this happen. When in reality, Google already had that plan. And on top of it, there are going to be a lot of them that forgot that they made these criticisms. They're just going to act like it was a brand new thing, or that it was their plan all along. A lot of these people, they think Google's just doing a terrible job, and they don't perceive the long play. So, yay, tech press. It's like sometimes, and again, I'm not picking on Ron here. If anything, this is one of the few times that I actually appreciate Ron's take, because Ron would have said this no matter what. Because there are things that Google does and adds and puts out that it's garbage. Any person with enough experience and foresight can see that certain things Google puts out, they're garbage. This is one I don't agree with. But hey, Ron would have said this anyway, and it's good that someone's out there calling it out. So many of the other people saying it, they don't know why. They just got onto the same narrative, and they want to take the hostile anti-Google story because it gets clicks. which, since so many of them are all saying the same thing, they're also just competing for the exact same clicks. And so the irony is, if somebody had come out and said, if someone had come out and come forward with an editorial saying, no, Privacy Sandbox is actually pretty badass if you listen, if you focus on the details, and if you're asking the right questions, this is the better plan. It's not perfect, not by a long shot, but it's better than what Apple's doing. And it's definitely not the thing that a lot of other people want to believe it is. So, yeah. Anyway, I think that's the last I'm going to say on this topic for today, because I don't know what else to say on it. Yeah, it's just I don't like tech press. It's such a rough thing. So anyway, there's that. What else was there? And let's see. Okay, needed to change my Discord room back to make sure I was looking at the right one. Okay. I don't know why, but just reading this one, Uber will now let you see how many 1-star ratings you got from drivers. I don't know why, but just reading that makes me feel weirdly good. I think a lot of people, if they knew that drivers were hating them as riders, they might actually wake up to how crappy they are. I've heard some really terrible stories about how people treat their Uber drivers. Okay, man, even as I continue scrolling back, like, how is it that there was so little news this week? Okay, continuing down, man. I'm just so out of things to say. Does anyone have other topics? Oh yeah, so I still haven't done it yet, but I'm pretty sure I'm ordering an S22, maybe an Ultra. I haven't quite decided on that, but I am leaning towards getting an Ultra just for the cameras. And I'll be doing it on AT&T, of course, so, you know, almost free, but not quite. Oh yeah, Disney appointing a new leader for its metaverse strategy. I don't have a lot to say here. And I didn't read any article on this or anything like that. I'm just gonna say the kind of the basic thing here, which is, if any company was going to actually do something with metaverse, and honestly it makes sense, it's Disney. Like, think about it. Okay, so a few months ago, I talked about a theory that I had for what would make movie theaters more competitive, and why I thought it made a lot of sense for a lot of larger companies to buy their way into movie theater chains, particularly companies like Amazon. And part of what I said was it made a lot of sense if, along with the movie, you actually attach a larger experience to it. So for example, that could be like fully decorating the lobby for a movie, or maybe like actually decorating the entryway for a movie. So as you're walking into that specific movie theater and about to go to your seats, like as you're walking through that last hallway into the theater, you could decorate it or add like actual involved stuff to it. This would be an experience that would make people actually want to go see the movie at specific theaters. And it would be a really compelling thing. And as much as I think Metaverse is just, it's a joke. The thing about it is, I think we have to acknowledge, you combine a cheesy VR space with Disney's generally kind of cheesy characters and antics and promotional crap. Honestly, it's hard not to see those two going together. So, truth be told, it's the one company I look at and I go, yeah, honestly, yes, they should be the ones they should be investing into making sure that their metaverse story is good. It feels like a dumb thing to say. It feels cheesy. And nothing about metaverse sticks out to me as anything other than just hokey Second Life BS all over again. That being said, I can totally see Disney making I don't want to say good experience out of it, but Disney's the one company that I can see making their presence in metaverse actually relevant. And no, I have not seen the new Spider-Man No Way Home. Yeah, I've not seen that yet. I'm looking forward to that coming out and being streamable. Which, let's see, Sony title, Spider-Man No Way Home release date. That was December 17th. So they're past 45 days. Who was the production company? Columbia Pictures. Okay, Columbia's lead time on movies. What would it be? Columbia Pictures. COVID lead time to streaming. Let's see if I can actually get that. Okay, I'm not seeing anything specific. And I know Sony has been very creative with that. I guess the other question would be, is it still in theaters? And I am looking this up in a different browser window, kind of on purpose. Wait, Death on the Nile? Hold on a second. Did I... Oh, crap. Okay, I need to pull the latest on this. Death on the Nile. I don't remember if I had that in the list of movies that came out this last week, but it needs to be if it's not. And I really want to see that too. It looks interesting as hell, honestly. Okay. Pulling the latest. Caught up. Okay. Because that... I mean, I'm not saying it looks great, but it looks great. Okay, I did put it in. Awesome. For some reason, I couldn't remember it, because that movie was supposed to come out over a year ago. And then, for whatever reason, well, because of the pandemic, of course, but it kept getting pushed back, and I'd been watching for that to come out for ages. Anyway, let's see. Carson, you couldn't hold out. You had to go see it in person. Okay, look, here's the thing. I do want to see it, but this might sound weird. I never actually saw trailers for it. I want to see it because it's a Spider-Man movie. I like the people acting in it. I liked the previous two, though. I liked the first one so much more than the second. I did not like Mysterio. That was the name, right? Mysterio? Pretty sure. I didn't. First off, I know people will have different opinions on this. I don't like Jake Gyllenhaal. I mean, he's okay, but I don't think he's that good. Honestly, like half the time, I think he's actually outright bad. But the other half the time, he's okay. How many enemies did I just make? And Mysterio as a villain is okay, I guess. I never read the comics, so I don't care that much, but he seems like a good idea as a villain. The problem is that final like fight between them where he's just screwing with the visuals and being basically a troll. I'm sorry, but that scene sucked. It was not entertaining. It was not clever. It's just, oh hey, let's do a low rent acid trip as a movie scene and drag it on way too long. I have no idea how that sounded. Hope that was clever and not just dumb. Anyway, that part sucked. The rest of the movie was good. That fight sucked. It mostly because it just went on too long for what should have been like a 20-second gimmick. And then Mysterio was just kind of an annoying character towards the end. Yeah, I liked nothing about that part of it. But they had a lot of clever stuff in there. They did have fun with the movie. It was a good movie outside of that. So yeah, I'm looking forward to the third one when I get to see it. But I don't know, I didn't feel any need to rush to the theater to see it. There have been other movies that I had more interest in catching. Though I gotta admit, as I'm trying to think of what they are now. Oh, okay. The only movie I think I might have actually gone to go see in the theaters that has come out in the last while would have been Free Guy. And admittedly, even that one I would have questioned. But I wasn't gonna go see Black Widow. Honestly, you could tell Black Widow was not gonna be that great. The trailers gave that away. I might have gone to see Spider-Man, but yeah, I didn't go see I guess I didn't go see either of the first two in theaters. I kind of stopped going to see a lot of movies in theaters, in part because of cost, but you, Cody. Wait, over what? What did I deserve the U for? Oh, is it because I would have gone to see Free Guy? It's the only thing I can think of where I said something. It's either that or... yeah, everything else, it's like, it was me saying, oh, this thing just wasn't good enough to warrant going to see it in theaters. And don't get me wrong, Free Guy wasn't spectacular, but it was fun. Like, that was a straight up just, here's a movie to be fun. And that's why I would have actually been okay seeing it in the theater. Did we have this discussion? I'm trying to remember why you wouldn't have liked Free Guy. If it's just because of Ryan Reynolds, okay, that, you know, that each person, their choice. Okay, you don't like Ryan? All right. Look, I still like Ryan Reynolds. I'm sorry, but I know it's not to everyone's taste, but the guy is funny. Though he is definitely becoming more and more of a one character actor. Kind of the way Johnny Depp only really has like one persona that just gets dressed up in different outfits. I feel like that's becoming Ryan Reynolds. So I will agree on that, but outside of that, I still like him. It's a personality thing. And honestly, it's still the same personality from Van Wilder. He did the Van Wilder movie, and honestly, like, he's done plenty of other personalities, but man, everything in the last few years is basically just Van Wilder in a different outfit. Anyway, so yeah, what else has come out in the last year and a half that was even worth it? I'm very happy I didn't go see Fast and the Furious. I guess that was F9. Fast 9, whatever it was called. Yeah, it was a movie that happened. They sent them into space in a freaking car. I mean, come on. That was so bad. Let's see. Like I said, Black Widow. Honestly, Black Widow has now taken, in my opinion, it's now taken the status of worst Marvel movie now. And it's not for the reason that people would probably like to call out. It's not because it leaned to a female cast. It's because it was a movie with no stakes. It was such a poorly structured movie. It was gimmicky. It felt gimmicky. Why'd they do that? I didn't watch the Bond movie, but I don't like Daniel Craig as Bond, so that's part of it. And I'm also just generally not a Bond fan. Like, it's okay, but I'm not a big Bond fan. What else has come out that actually hit theaters? I still haven't watched Tenet. I don't care because I've heard nothing good about it. Austin, you're done with theaters. You'd rather wait and stream. That's kind of me too. I mean, don't get me wrong. I like theaters in limited cases. And an example I've given for years. Dune was not amazing. Fight me. Dune was not amazing. I'm not saying it was terrible, but it was a whole lot of setup with nothing happening. God, they needed to work that movie so differently. Anyway, what was I gonna say? Oh, the example I've given a bunch of times, and I know feel free to roll your eyes. It's okay to roll your eyes at the movie, but pay attention to the part that I'm focusing on. I went to see Waterboy many years ago in the theater, and yes, I'm talking about the old Adam Sandler movie where he plays what is undeniably a dude with mental disability, and he plays a water boy who ends up becoming a football player. It is dumb. It is as movies go, it's absolute crap. Here's the thing. You can watch that at home And it would be just like any other Adam Sandler movie, at least from that time period, where it's the comedy is low rent, easy, mindless. It just is that. And if you were to watch it 10, 15, 20 years later, your response is going to be, oh, wow, can they say that? Like, at a certain point, you're just like, wow, that's sort of offensive, dude. No. Stay. You maybe shouldn't be doing movies anymore if you can't not say this stuff. But anyway, that's how Adam Sandler movies feel today. Here's the thing. If you were to have gone and seen Waterboy in the theaters on, we'll say, opening night, something like that, what it was like was sitting and watching the Super Bowl when you actually care about the teams. Maybe not care about them, but when you're sitting in a crowd of people all actually cheering for a movie. I mean, most movies, you sit there and you're like, if anyone in the audience makes even a peep, you're like, damn it, don't talk during the movie. With Waterboy, totally different. With Waterboy, you sat there and when the moments came and people are literally hopping out of their seats cheering, it's fun. It was like watching a football game with a bunch of fans, and that's what made it fun. For movies that I think could do that, and Free Guy was one of them to an extent, I think that actually would have been a lot of fun to go see in the theater. That's what makes that movie stand out. Okay, so Austin, you're saying you knew that Dune was gonna be that way going in. You could tell, you could tell from the trailer, but you can see the disappointment. See, here's the thing. So first off, I confess I never actually watched the original Dune miniseries. I'm familiar with it, but I never watched it. I always kind of wanted to and just never got around to it. I know I talked about all this stuff on stream, 2 months ago-ish, 3 months ago, whenever it came out. But yeah, it was a fine enough thing then, and I'm not opposed to them starting the Dune franchise now. The problem I had with it, or the thing is, I knew it was going to be slow. I knew there was going to be a lot of stuff to it. The thing is, I think that they wasted a lot of time. They didn't convey the world as well as they probably intended to. The acting from about half of the people was pretty jank. Not all of them. And in fact, Jason Momoa. Look, oh, by the way, I finally watched the series C, the first 2 seasons, and I believe there's a 3rd season coming. He's a great actor. He's not a great actor in everything. If you've seen Aquaman, you know it. But he did a great job in Dune. For the little bit of time that they gave him, he did a really good job in Dune. He was the most engaging character of the entire movie, which is a thing that sucks to say when you're describing a character who's only in it for like 8 minutes. Timothée Chalamet was not engaging, not in the least. His mom, I know she's a good actress. I don't know why she wasn't in this. So yeah, to me, Dune was easily the biggest letdown. Wait, no, hold on. Okay, I don't want to call it the biggest letdown of the year. I think there was something else. What movie was it? There was some other movie this last year that I remember thinking, this is going to be great. And I watched it, and it was just a disaster. What movie was it? Oh, I can't think of it. Oh, well, okay, this isn't it. But I am going to count this as also being a bigger letdown than I thought it would be. Mortal Kombat. I mean, I didn't expect much from it. I expected that to be a dumpster fire of a movie, but they impressed me with how much of a dumpster fire it was. It was an extra level of dumpster and fire. It was like you filled a dumpster with what would you fill a dumpster with? Animal feces. No, animal carcasses, dead animals. You fill a dumpster with dead animals and then set it on fire. That is pretty much what Mortal Kombat was. Matrix. Was it here's the thing. Was it as good as it should have been? No. Was it did it live up to what people wanted it to be? The people who at least like the original Matrix movies? I think it depends on who you're asking. Some people think that it was an incredible thing. I think it was fine. I had a lot to nitpick. But overall, I think it was fine for the fact that they're obviously rebooting the franchise. So, I'm okay with The Matrix. It just wasn't necessarily enough. Beside him, fill a dumpster with smaller dumpster fires. Yes. That is exactly what Mortal Kombat was. Fill a dumpster with a bunch of smaller dumpster fires. In fact, let's get cultural about this. Filling a dumpster with a bunch of smaller dumpster fires from around the world. Take a little bit of a German dumpster fire, a little bit of a Japanese dumpster fire. Sprinkle in some, dumpster fires from France and England. Even one, a pretty good helping of dumpster fire from, New Jersey. We're talking dumpster fires from everywhere. All put together in one Mortal Kombat sized dumpster fire. Nothing about that movie was redeeming. Except for the guy that played Kano, obviously. But everything else in that movie was absolutely just horrifically bad. Austin, this Dune is basically a remake of the David Lynch movies, which were terrible. Well, yeah. Oh my god. But again, I didn't expect much from Matrix, from Mortal Kombat. I knew that was going to be bad going in. I just didn't think it could be that bad. Okay. I also didn't have high expectations for this one, but Snake Eyes. The G.I. Joe origin story for Snake Eyes. That was truly the worst movie I have seen in the last year. I went in with low expectations, and it made Mortal Kombat look like what's the Shawshank Redemption. We're elevating this to high art. Mortal Kombat becomes high art when you compare it to Snake Eyes. Snake Eyes was just unforgivably bad. Let's see. Man, the movies, when people pick on old people for saying that movies aren't what they used to be, there's a reason. It's not that there aren't still great movies coming out. It's that there's so many movies coming out that are just so bad, but they're some of the biggest releases of the year. Man, if anybody likes Snake Eyes, we're gonna have words. I'm gonna tell you why it was bad. What else was there? I know there were others, and I'm just drawing a blank on them, but let's see. It's sundown. I bet we can kind of fix the camera a little. But yeah, I don't know. There weren't too many movies that have come out in the last 2 years, really, where I saw them and thought, wow, this is better than I thought it was going to be. I'm trying to think of any, but did anyone see Venom or Eternals? I watched both. Eternals might actually be the one that, well, you know what? No, I'm going to say this. I think those are two of the bigger examples of movies that I expected a lot better from and got very disappointed because they didn't live up to the expectation. It's not that I was expecting them to be great, but I expected them to be substantially better than what they were. So Venom Carnage, or how was that one titled? It was something about Carnage. Is it like Return of Carnage? Oh, Let There Be Carnage. Yeah, Venom, Let There Be Carnage. Here's the thing. Not everyone's going to agree on this, but I love Woody Harrelson. He's great. I'm also a pretty, not a huge fan, but I do also like Hannah John It's Hannah John Kamer, right? Oh wait, that was, never mind. That's not who I was thinking of. But she looked like, man, she looked like that with the makeup, and that's how I remembered it. But anyway, I love Woody Harrelson a lot of times, but he just did not. He overplayed it. He played it hackney. It was too much of, I don't want to call it a comedy role, but it was just, it was overacting. It was overacting the way Tobey Maguire overacted in his Spider-Man movies. But with the notable difference that at least Woody Harrelson's overacting is still at least acting. Toby, what the hell? Why? That's why you never cast Tobey Maguire. They knew it was going to be bad. They kept going with it though. Also, the fact that they brought back Michelle Williams. I'm sorry, but please, just, you don't need to. You don't need her there. She's not. Nobody has needed Michelle Williams since Dawson's Creek went off the air. But anyway, so yeah, I felt like Let There Be Carnage was just not a great choice. They could have done it so much better. They didn't. So it ended up just being such an also-ran. Carson, right? Especially given the budget and backing. Yeah. I don't know if you're referring to Eternals or Venom in that comment, but yeah, it absolutely... Actually, what was the budget for this? I bet it was way too high. Let's see. They don't show budget on the page anymore? God, I hate IMDb's changes. They suck so much. But yeah, it looks like it still made really great money. I mean, they're over 213 million on that. Worldwide gross, $500 million. The movie didn't deserve that. But hey, it is what it is. So, yeah. And then as far as Eternals, I think it had the potential to be really good. And they had some great ideas. And it just didn't land. Like, it was okay. Oh, 110 million for the budget on Venom. Wow. Yeah, that's a pretty good budget. I mean, they spent it in the effects and for the filming location. It was let's see. They used what was that? What was the church? I thought it listed it here. Anyway, the church that they filmed in, like, that was such a great location for that. That was a neat set for that fight. So cheers to them. Like, good job. You spent your money well on the look. But that was about it. They just needed a better script for Venom. That was really the issue. It was just they needed a better script. If they had done a better script, it would have been fine. And maybe got Woody Harrelson to dial it back from like he was at a 14. Get him to dial it back to like an 11, so it's still kind of where the Venom thing is supposed to be, and that would have been perfect. Yeah, anyway, Eternals just needed a different cadence. It needed to have a little different feel, a little different pacing. They needed to maybe not make Angelina Jolie's character so depressing. Maybe that's not really the thing to focus on, but it just felt like it to me. There were things about the movie that just... I know it's supposed to be kind of a bigger setup to a bigger thing, but it just did not feel... I don't know. It didn't have the right feel to it. You know, mad credit to Kumail Nanjiani. Like, he rocked the arms, which is still the thing that blows my mind. Like, the guy got into such great shape for the whole body, and all you ever saw was his guns. Like, come on. If I work out that hard for a movie, you better believe my shirt's coming off. Like, 100%, my shirt's coming off somewhere. It is in the contract. But hey, it is what it is. Let's see. Carson, yeah, that wasn't just a studio shot. They actually filmed on location for some of that stuff. I'm sure all the effects, like the actual fighting, happened in a studio because, you know, you have to green screen off everything. You've got to set up a bunch of stuff, and it's all CG'd into place. But yeah, they use that real church as a like starting location. At least that's what I saw somewhere. When I say 2021 was a good year for movies, let's see. We're gonna do this. Major movies in 2021. Okay. Rotten Tomatoes editorial list. This could go very bad very quick, but sure, let's see what Rotten Tomatoes has. Okay, but they actually somewhere I read that they used an actual church as their location for filming at least a lot of the dialogue scenes, and then they went to a studio to shoot the rest of the action stuff, and they mocked up the location, but they were still using a real like church to film it. At least I saw that somewhere. Oh wow, this list, guys, no, this list is 200 and some long. Let's jump to the bottom and see what. Oh, this list is unusable. Okay, so all right, cool. Not using that list. That list is not happening. How about this one? Different list, I think. Okay, movies, really quick, just scrolling down to the bottom. A list of 30, all right. Quick skim. So Spider-Man No Way Home, by all accounts, like this should be winning awards. So if it, you know, cheers to that. That's at least compelling to me. Oh, no, I know what movie. Biggest letdown of the year. The Suicide Squad. They had it to do over again. They sat down and said, the first one was a horrendous mistake. Everything that could go wrong did go wrong. Even like cancellations for the guy running the entire like franchise went wrong because of it. Like everything went wrong with that, with the first attempt, the original Suicide Squad. And then they're like, we'll do it over again, and we'll even use basically the same name, but we'll just stick "the" in front of it, and it's almost worse. I don't want to say it is definitely worse, but I think it was definitely worse. But it might be up to debate. But if you have a movie to do over again, you can actually sit down and basically say, you know what? We're gonna pretend the last one didn't actually happen, but we're gonna kind of still pretend it happened because it made it easier to not have to replay some of the opening scenes, like explaining stuff away the way that they did. We're gonna call do-over, like it mulligan. We're gonna mulligan this thing. And that's what they did? That's what they did. Weird amorphous jelly creature as a final enemy? They cast Idris Elba and they're like, okay, dude, what we're gonna have you do is come in here and do the dumbest, crappiest role you possibly could. That's all. We're actually gonna have you be a worse actor for virtue of coming in here. Oh, and by the way, would you be cool rapping for this movie? We'd really like that. And they bring in Harley Quinn. And again, Margot Robbie, look, gorgeous actress, good actress. If anyone's seen her in actual movies, not just these cinematic hellscapes that they stick her in sometimes, she's actually a good actress. Go, if you haven't seen it, and I don't actually recommend it, really. A lot of people hype it up, but if you haven't seen Once Upon a Time in Hollywood, the movie itself, it is not... some people say it's Tarantino's best. They're wrong. It's not even close to Tarantino's best, but look, Margot Robbie did such a freaking and just incredible job in there. She nailed playing Sharon Tate. Here's the thing, she's a great actress, and I totally get why she plays Harley Quinn. She's perfect to play Harley Quinn. We saw that in the actual Harley Quinn movie. Wow, that movie kind of sucked too. At least she was awesome in it. She did perfect. The only problem with that one is like script and a couple of their casting choices. It could have been so much better. It was more of a letdown than anything. But they keep casting her to play Harley Quinn, as they should, and she keeps walking in there and saying, oh, here's the script? Okay, let me read it. She then reads it and says, okay, let's do that. Honey, no. You're the money person in this movie. You can tell them to rewrite the fucking script. It's okay. That if you tell them, wow, this script sucks, do it over, they will. Don't accept this stuff. You have the power to force them to not make a terrible movie. Oh my god. So yeah, anyway, The Suicide Squad, worst movie of 2021. It's categorically. Let's see. David Lama first Suicide Squad movie was the worst you've ever seen. I mean, maybe it... honestly, I'm torn. It's so hard for me to tell if the first or second was worse. But I will say this. Again, and to emphasize, if you have it to do over, you do not make something that is that bad. You have to actually make... You have to make a big leap forward and really deliver something that people can walk away and say, okay, yes, that was That was good. You fixed it. They didn't. They made it worse. So yeah, Carson, yeah, the first one was pretty bad. It was darker in a way. In a way it wasn't. Like, it was made to be darker, and then they tried to add comedy to it, and it didn't really work. Like, they reshot a bunch of the original Suicide Squad movie. And yeah, everything about it just did not play right. Plus, there was all the drama off screen between oh, I don't want to look it up. Not Michael B. Jordan, but I don't remember who it was. Damn it. Michael B. Jordan's the only name I got swimming around in my head, and I know that's not him. Anyway, between the actor that played Deadshot and Joss Whedon, there was tons and tons of fighting between them. So, just everything about that movie went. Or wait, no, sorry, not Deadshot. That was Will Smith. Screw it. I'm just looking it up. Okay. Suicide Squad, not but oh, where's it at? He played like the cyborg character. What the hell? The fact that Jared Leto wasn't even in the top casting list seems fishy. How are they... where's he at? And I might have passed over him. This is a problem with trying to skim over stuff too quickly. And I don't really... I'm thinking I might not remember that guy's name either. Also, they had Jai Courtney in this. There's no such thing as a movie that's made better with Jai Courtney. Okay, I don't care enough to look, but... let's see. Oh, Space Jam 2 was released last year too. That was pretty bad. I did not watch that. I've never actually seen the original Space Jam, so it was easy for me to not watch number 2. Let's see. David Lama. I think the franchise is probably dead now. If you're talking about Suicide Squad, I actually disagree on the basis of one thing. Because Harley Quinn, everyone will still go see Harley Quinn. That's the thing. And the thing is, you can only do so many Harley Quinn movies. They can absolutely, and I'm certainly they will do another Harley Quinn, like, not solo movie, but sort of solo movie. I'm very confident they'll do that. But the thing is, they're going to keep trying to bring other parts of the universe in, and they have to ride on her coattails because she's the only one who can move the needle. It's kind of like Iron Man when they rebooted the Marvel franchise. Iron Man made that happen. It hands down, Iron Man made those movies a success. If people went and watched Captain America, let's be honest, the first Captain America movie was not that good. And Iron Man basically drove that franchise. Well, kind of the same thing here with Margot Robbie. Like, Harley Quinn is the only character anybody really likes right now. And I guess probably Aquaman, just because it's Jason Momoa. Like, those two can write their own tickets. I don't think anybody else in the DCEU matters at all right now. At least in this variant of it. We'll see how Robert Pattinson does in that offshoot Batman thing. Let's see. Carson, LeBron can't act. Yeah. That's true. You think it was nominated for worst film of the year recently? Oh yeah. Oh, what was it? There were a few movies that were nominated for Razzies, but Razzie nominations 2021. Yeah, we gotta look this up. But did you guys hear the Razzies created a special category this year for worst Bruce Willis performance? And let me tell you, with every week watching more and more Bruce Willis movies pop out, somehow 2021 was like the year that they decided, well, 2020 and 2021 were like the years that they decided every Bruce Willis movie that they had lying around just had to get published. And oh my god, I like Bruce Willis, but not a single one that I watched was good. There was one that was almost a passable kind of, maybe let's pretend to be a softcore version of the Alien movies. That was almost okay-ish, and he wasn't even one, he was only barely kind of a main actor. Oh my god, I'm telling you. He is... I like Bruce Willis, but man, he's just hurt himself so much. Okay, so 41st Golden Raspberry Awards. Worst picture went to Absolute Proof. One American News Network. Oh yeah, okay. That was their fake documentary. Other nominations went to 365 Days, Doolittle. I didn't know there was a Doolittle movie. Fantasy Island, and Music. Okay, and Music was... Oh, Sia's movie. Right. Worst actor goes to Mike Lindell. That checks out. This is 2021 though? Yeah, but wouldn't the point be that this is... Oh wait, when was this held? Oh, okay, yeah, this is wrong. So, good call. 42nd. Here we go. Worst picture. Okay, so they haven't chosen winners yet. But nominations for worst picture go to Diana the Musical. Yeah, I've heard that's a disaster. Infinite. Okay, wait. Infinite was... I watched this. I actually did watch this movie. It's not great, but honestly, like worst picture, I have trouble with that. This was not the worst movie I watched in 2021. Guaranteed. I saw a lot worse movies than Infinite. I would not recommend anybody watch it. I'm just saying, not the worst. Let's see. Karen. I don't know anything about that one. Space Jam: A New Legacy. Yep, nominated for worst. And The Woman in the Window. Gary Oldman, Anthony Mackie, Julianne Moore. Man, you'd think it would have been a little better, but okay. Huh. I don't know who votes for Razzies. Let's see. The awards are based on votes from members of the Golden Raspberry Foundation. So nope, it's just some board of people, I guess. Okay, worst director. Who cares? Worst actress, Amy Adams for Woman in the Window. Gianna De Wall. I don't know who that is, but for playing Princess Diana, that checks out. Megan Fox for Midnight in Switchgrass. Did I watch that? Hold on, I think I watched this. Like, I believe I wrote a review for it. Based on the true story of Texas's most dangerous serial killer in the dramatization translocated to Florida, FBI agent Carl Helter and his partner Rebecca Lombardi are very close to busting a sex trafficking ring. When they realize their investigation has crossed paths with a brutal serial killer, they team up with the Florida Department of Law Enforcement agent Brian Crawford, who has years on this case. When Rebecca herself is abducted by her target and her life hangs in the balance, Byron has precious few hours to piece together the last clues and put an end to the truck stop killer. Okay, that's not what I watched. What did I watch? Oh, that's gonna bug me. But okay, this does sound horrible. There was something I watched that had a particularly attractive actress. And she was... What was she? She was like a drug dealer or something. But she started a relationship with an FBI agent, and it was a true story. Huh. Really quick, just to see if, like, maybe the title will jump out at me as I scroll down this. Nope. Okay, well, I tried. I might try to figure that one out later. Anyway, worst actress to Taryn Manning for Karen. She's a real hit and miss actress. Oh, and Ruby Rose for Vanquish. Oh, Vanquish was so bad. But that whole movie was a disaster. If you watch it, you can tell. So they filmed it in New Orleans. Wait, this is the right one, right? Pretty sure. Retired disabled cop forces Victoria, a former drug courier, and his caretaker to collect... Yeah, no, this is the right one. Did they not film it in New Orleans? Maybe it was filmed nearby or something. Vanquish filming locations. Anyway, if you watch this, you can just tell it feels like such a low budget movie. It is almost... It's ridiculous. Something is wrong. Okay, it was filmed in Biloxi, so I was in the neighborhood, but not by much. Man, gross worldwide for the box office, $500,000. $500,000. That's a disaster. Does it mention budget? No. Anyway, this was one of the very first movies that it was already slated to be shot shortly before COVID, and then when COVID hit, they canceled it. But I guess they'd already invested a lot of money into it, like setting up to shoot it. So they tried to recover as much of it as they could, and they rushed to film this. Basically, like, as COVID restrictions were just barely willing, like, the governor of Mississippi basically was like, okay, we'll give you a special case if you can film this safely. And they required, like, as few people on set as possible, which in many cases ended up with, like, I heard something about, like, the camera operator was also their boom operator at times, and like they had to do all this extra stuff that was honestly it was dumb. Like, I'm all for being careful, but this they were dumb about it. But the movie is so bad. It is horrendously terrible. But to be fair, you can watch the trailer and tell it's gonna be awful. So yeah, Ruby Rose deserves a worst actress for that one. Taryn Manning, Megan Fox. I mean, there's some good competition there for worst actress. Worst actor, Scott Eastwood for Dangerous. Did I? Yeah, I never saw that. Another worst actor for Diana the Musical. LeBron James for Space Jam. Sounds like he deserves that. Ben Platt and Mark Wahlberg for Infinite. I'm not going to say I'm surprised because it's Mark Wahlberg and people love to dunk on him. But to be fair, I think you could find a worst actor award elsewhere. Worst supporting actor to Ben Affleck for The Last Duel. I didn't watch it, but sounds about right. Nick Cannon. Mel Gibson. Mel Gibson, by the way, I just saw... What was the movie? David, did I see Cyberjunk got an update? Yeah, talked about that one earlier too. I need to find like really dumb topics for like the first hour, because I know a lot of people can never make it at the start of the stream, and I swear that the topics that I always do at the start of the stream are always the things that need to be hit again. But I just saw, what was the, damn it, what was that movie Mel Gibson was just in? Okay, we're looking this up because it's honestly not that bad. Let's see. Last Looks. Okay, I'm not saying it's a good movie. Well, it is actually a good movie. It's not a great movie. It's an okay movie. Last Looks, it's hokey and kind of dumb, but I gotta say Mel Gibson is actually kind of hilarious in this. I gotta admit it. He's actually kind of hilarious in this. He plays the most hokey actor, and it works. It just works in the most bizarre way. And Charlie Hunnam, I've never particularly been a fan, but he kind of actually nails it in this. Anyway, let's see. So, and Jared Leto, I mean, it's hard for him not to end up in a worst actor or worst supporting actor in this case. It's not even that he's a bad actor. It's just, man, he's got the hit and miss quality that just won't stop. Like, one minute he can throw a bullseye, the next minute he can't even hit the same wall as the dartboard. Anyway, Tom and Jerry look pretty cringe, dude. I know earlier I was saying, hey, you never know, sometimes there's stuff that's the wrong age group, but it can still be really good. No, Tom and Jerry is just not something I'm gonna watch. Let's see. So, worst prequel, remake, ripoff, or sequel. Space Jam, of course, got in there. Tom and Jerry got in there. Twist, which is a rap remake of Oliver Twist. Yikes. Karen and The Woman in the Window. Seems like Woman in the Window is really racking up those Razzies. Worst screen combo. Worst screen combo. LeBron James and any Warner cartoon character. Some people were not fans of Space Jam. Or Diana the Musical. Clearly, that's also hitting a lot. Jared Leto and either his 17-pound latex face or his geeky clothes or his ridiculous accent. Yeah, those things all do work together as pretty bad combos. I never actually saw House of Gucci. I should watch it just to see how bad this is. I heard it was pretty terrible. But I also heard people raving about it, which is so weird. Tom and Jerry, worst screen combo. Nice. And let's see, worst screenplay, Diana the Musical, Karen, The Misfits. I watched that. This is another one of those movies. Like, I'm not going to recommend it to anybody. It is objectively kind of just dumb. But it's sort of like, if you want a low quality copy of Ocean's 11 that is just for the sake of something that is Ocean's 11 like, it's actually not unwatchable. It's not good necessarily, but it's not unwatchable. It's an okay kind of like sub B movie that's at least entertaining enough. Worst performance by Bruce Willis. American Siege. I watched that. Or wait a second. No, I didn't watch that. What was the one I watched that was... I don't think I watched that. Who else does it have? Sheriff is put in charge of taking down a gang of thieves who have taken a wealthy doctor hostage. The weird thing is, that sounds a lot like the movie I watched, but I'm pretty sure that's not the movie I watched. He did a lot of really bad movies. But yeah, so American Siege, Apex. Yeah, I didn't watch that. Cosmic Sin, I didn't watch that. I read reviews for that. That was bad. Deadlock. I did not watch that one. Fortress. Didn't watch that. Midnight in the Switchgrass, we've established I didn't watch that. Out of Death. Oh, that, okay, this is the one. Yeah, I watched this one. It's definitely bad. Also, Surviving the Game. I didn't watch this one either. So I did watch Out of Death. I can't remember if I got this one... I can't one as a screener or not, but I think I did. Anyway, retired cop Jack Harris has to protect his niece and an innocent woman from corrupt cops after the woman took a video of one of the police killing a drug dealer. Guys, I love Jamie King. She's like, there's actually, as actresses go, she's got a great backstory. She's gorgeous. She's actually a good actress sometimes. Not in this. She actually deserves a Razzie for the performance in this. He deserves it. He deserves a Razzie for this, though. Honestly, there are so many other movies I'm sure he won't get it for this one. But yeah, this was pretty bad. But I'm sure it's not his worst of the group. Anyway, let's see. Out of curiosity, yep, okay, they do. They already mentioned that this has been nominated. So yeah, they pretty much just listed all the films he's acted in the year. Yeah. No, seriously. He's done some real dumpster fire stuff. Okay, out of curiosity, let's see. Okay, we're just gonna pull up his IMDb page. I'm curious. So there's 8 movies for 2021 listed. He did 8 movies in 2021. It's his full list of movies. So every movie he did in 2021 was nominated. I bet it's deserved, though. I'm not kidding. He did not do good stuff in 2021. Let's see, is Breach the other one I was talking about that's like a... Yep, this is it. This is like low effort, low budget Alien, but it's almost kind of okay. Like, it's really bad at times. I remember making the joke. You can tell the special effects were done by somebody off of Fiverr. they hired people off of Fiverr to do special effects. I doubt that's actually true, but watch it. And there are moments like they have this energy gun. The energy gun, there's shots. I wish I was kidding. There are shots where hold on, let me. Trying to think of a good prop I can use just to demonstrate this. Okay, we'll just, well, that's my razor. Actually, how many things do I even have around here that are not black and blend into the background? You never think about this stuff until you're sitting there and you're like, what can I use as a not dark colored prop? And all the things that I have within reach, very much dark colored stuff. Okay, it doesn't matter. So my hand, imagine it as a gun. Now imagine if energy that should be coming out at this angle instead kind of just looks like it's coming out like almost towards you or away. Like the special effects are just janky. They're dirt cheap, bad special effects. And the ending of the movie is rushed. It is just, oh my God. You could have gone on YouTube, just found some YouTube channel of somebody that does special effects, like just for fun, like someone who's learning how to do stuff. You could have hired that person for beans, and it would have come out 10 times better. Their special effects were just a shit show. Oh my God, they're just comically terrible. So yeah, anyway, but some of the acting was actually all right ish, you know, not the worst, which is saying a lot considering the cast list for the movie is actually objectively pretty much almost all nobodies. I feel like there was one person in this that was, I don't see any other really recognizable names. Oh well. Let's see, was Haley the daughter? I think so. Okay, yeah, she played, I think it was his daughter. I don't remember her. I don't know. Who knows? Maybe she was his daughter. Anyway. But yeah. If you're desperate for something to watch that's kind of like Aliens, but, you know, aiming low. Oh, Thomas Jane. That was the other big name. Who, seriously, what is up with IMDb? Look at this. Oh, you guys can't see it. There we go. Look at this cast list. This is for the movie Breach. Thomas Jane is in this movie. You don't get to him until all the way down here. Why are they hiding Thomas Jane at the bottom of the freaking list? All these other people are in it less. Not all of them. Most of them are in it less. Half of these people I kind of remember dying fairly early. So something's up there, but whatever. Anyway, yeah, if you're thinking about or needing a real low effort, low budget Aliens knockoff, give Breach a watch. It's one of those that you could Mystery Science Theater about half of it and it would be pretty good, just to joke at. But yeah, Bruce Willis, man, he has not had a good couple of years. Even the Die Hard Is Back short that he did, that was really bad. And that was just like a commercial. I'm glad they did not make another Die Hard movie after that. as I look up to double check that there isn't one listed. My God, look at how many movies this guy has lined up too. I mean, 2022, Jesus Christ. So, oh wait, there's multiple things on the side. I was hoping to make that easy, but let's see. So, well, he has eight movies lined up for 2022. Though some of these will probably not make it out in 2020. Oh, wait, some of these didn't have dates either. If he finishes everything that's on the list and it all comes out this year, it's going to be 11 movies. If Bruce Willis doesn't get a Razzie this year, they need to give him like 2 next year just to compensate. Also, I feel like it's worth pointing out, one of the movies he got nominated for a Razzie for was Fortress. Right here. Now, I just happened to notice he's also got Fortress Sniper's Eye completed and will be coming out. But on top of that, Fortress 3 is in pre-production. They made a movie so bad that it's up for a Razzie, and evidently before they even got nominated for the Razzie, they're like, you know what? Let's make 2 more of these. It's so bad, but let's make 2 more just because. Bruce, why are you taking this stuff, man? Why? You can't have that many bills. And people cannot be paying that much. Like, someone at some point had to have been like, we're not going to make more than a few $100,000 off this movie. It's a dumpster. Like, no one's going to watch this. No one's going to pay for this. And Bruce is like, I don't know. Like, can I get my acting credits up on this? Are you guys, are you at least union? I'm free this weekend. I can shoot a couple of scenes. Oh my God. It's so sad because it wasn't even that long ago that he was in the movie Glass. Like, Glass was great. Why is, oh God, Survive the Night. Is this the one with, oh no, I didn't. I'm not sure if I watched this one. I think I might have, but I'm not sure. But oh yeah, he has just had, okay, Hard Kill. I'm pretty sure I saw that one. Yep, I saw this. This was, holy shit, this was so bad. You could tell Hard Kill, they what country did they shoot this in? Gross worldwide, it's made just over $100,000. That's how bad this is. Oh, they shot it in Ohio? With the number of people on the cast that clearly had like Eastern Bloc accents, you could tell like they were stumbling over their own words. They couldn't speak well. How'd they get them when they're filming in Ohio? Everything I thought I knew about shooting a movie, it's all wrong. They could have gone to some Eastern Bloc country and gotten somebody who spoke better English than the people that they cast out of Ohio. Oh, and this movie was so bad. It was something special how bad this was. I don't have a good way to explain it. other than just to say the lowest effort I think I've ever seen people put into making a movie. Except that's not at all true. I've seen much lower effort, but this was pretty. It was pretty spectacularly terrible. Oh my god. So yeah, the Razzies this year are gonna be pretty good for selection. They obviously picked a few absolute worst choices, but let's see. So films with multiple nominations at the Golden Raspberries. So Diana the Musical got 9 nominations. Karen and Woman in the Window got 5. Space Jam and Dear Evan Hansen got 4. For some reason my keyboard just lost connection. That's, I think the battery died. Great. Let's see. Infinite and the Misfits got 3, and then Dangerous, Hasaguchi, Midnight in the Switchgrass, Tom and Jerry, and Twist all got 2. Yeah, that kind of checks out. Oh hey, flying thing reappeared. Just out of reach. Yeah, Carson, good question. How is it the Suicide Squad didn't get nominated for presumably any? I mean, it's not mentioned in these categories. I'm not sure if they might have more categories. Let's see. Do they have a website? Actually, any chance of... Oops. Okay, hold. I need to put batteries in the keyboard. Man, I just charged these batteries like 2 or 3 weeks ago. So, obviously, these rechargeable batteries that I've had for like a decade are finally, truly, pretty much toast. As I reach for the random key that I use to unscrew this keyboard. Yeah, it is weird to think the Suicide Squad was not nominated for anything. I wonder if by some chance Bruce Willis actually wanted to get a Razzie. Kind of like Halle Berry. I mean, when she got it for Catwoman, she seemed sort of proud of it. Okay, so the official website. Yeah, the Razzies. Own your bad. Yep, of course they gotta put that on the top, so that was good. Alright, good. Highlighting the various things. So... okay, maybe under news? Okay, so... are there any other categories? Yeah, there are a few extra categories in here. Not a lot, but... yeah, Suicide Squad is not mentioned anywhere, though. That does feel wrong. They definitely should have had Suicide Squad at least make an appearance in this list. Though I suppose it could be safely argued that while Suicide Squad was really, really terrible, it probably is more just that it is such a catastrophic letdown compared to what it should have been, as opposed to actually just being so universally bad across all movies everywhere. That would be a fair argument, because there's worse. Like, Mortal Kombat would belong on this list, but to be fair, I think so many people expect Mortal Kombat to be bad, they just... why nominate it? But yeah, anyway, I don't know. Trying to think, what else is there? Oh, so jumping back to this list, out of curiosity, because there was a question ages ago about, was 2021 actually good for movies? In general, was there something quality to it? And this particular list on Rotten Tomatoes is not making me jump up and say, oh my god, it was a good year, because I'm kind of feeling it wasn't. I heard Luca was... Wait, did I watch that one? I watched one of these. Okay, I need to check this one just to remind me of the plot. Experiencing the unforgettable summer filled with gelato. Okay, no, I didn't watch this. I watched something else similar to it. Oh, Rava. Yeah, I watched Rava. That was actually pretty good. It was a straight rip-off of Aladdin. But hey, it is what it is. Do I think 2020 was better? You're hitting me with questions that I should probably take like shots of vodka before answering. ...2020 was... neither year was really good. Yeah, Spider-Man was the best film of 2021. I without seeing it, I don't know that I'll agree, but I expect I would agree. I can't think of a lot out of 2021 that I would go back and rewatch. Oh, hey, here's one that this was a letdown too. Shang-Chi and the Legend of the Ten Rings. Yo, they had an opportunity to make that so much better. Honestly, like, Aquafina was probably maybe the best part of that movie, and not by much. It was a real... Look. I get it, but I don't get it. They didn't need to make this movie. I feel like they did it just so they could try... I don't want to call it pandering, because that would be unfair. But I feel like they made this movie knowing full well they were making it to be like a, look, we did the Asian hero. And look at how much we like pushed it further, and we picked the one who is about as culturally significant as it gets. And it's like, guys, you could have done this in a way that didn't feel hokey. At least it felt hokey to me. Maybe I didn't get something. I don't think that's the case, but yeah, it just wasn't... I didn't think it was that great. Uh, there's the Suicide Squad, Mitchell's versus the Machines. I actually watched that. I was not a big fan. A Quiet Place 2. I could be wrong, but I think that's still not even streamable. And that's been out for a long time now. West Side Story, that was pretty recent. Oh, sorry. Raya and the Last Dragon. That's actually pretty good. Wait, oh no. Oh, sorry. I'm mixing this up. Okay. No, this was really good. There was a different one that was basically Aladdin. The name was so familiar. But anyway, you didn't watch Shang-Chi, but you heard similar comments. Yeah, I'm a little disappointed that it's in the Marvel Universe, because I'm going to rewatch it at some point, because just knowing, like, here's the movie where he will come in. Like, it suddenly will have to know the back, or remember, or care a little bit about the backstory for Shang-Chi. And I'm kind of mad about that, because it means I'm going to have to rewatch that at some point, just so it's nice and fresh. And it's going to be like rewatching the first Captain America movie. No one should have to do that. No one should feel like any compulsion to have to resubmit themselves to that movie, because the original Captain America movie is really not that good. It's okay at times, but they made it so boring. It was like, what, 20 minutes of him doing USO shows? Who's got time for that? It was just... Ugh. Let's see, I never saw Coda. Let's see, Power of the Dog. I actually watched Pig. Nicolas Cage is a truffle farmer whose pig gets stolen. Or, well, truffle hunter. It's one of those movies that's really hard to define. And it's one of those movies where you kind of where when you're done watching it, you find yourself wanting to say it's good because you feel like you're obligated to say it's good, but you didn't like the experience of watching it. Or maybe you like parts of the experience of watching it, but the whole thing, like, taken as a whole, just leaves you feeling like you just are happy you'll never have to watch it again. It's one of those movies. You almost want to say you want to recommend it, but at the same time, you just know that if you recommend it to anyone, you're just it's like it's like one of those chain letters, you know, the ones that say if you read this, you have 3 days to send it on, or, you know, your next 7 years you're gonna have like a bald spot or some stupid crap. Like, that's kind of how you feel if you recommend Pig. You feel like you're obligated to, but you know if you do, you're just putting someone else through some suffering that they don't need. Yeah, they just don't need that in their lives. Summer Soul and the Heights, I didn't see either of those either. So this list of best 2021 movies is, funny enough, missing a whole lot of stuff that I know came out in 2021, so that wasn't terribly helpful either. And I'll just say right out of the gate, I can confidently say the Fast and Furious movie, at a bare minimum, was better than Suicide Squad. That's not saying a lot, but I you know, I think we have to at least acknowledge it. Yeah, so anyway, and David Lama brought up the patch. So David, since you brought it up a couple of times, I'll say, as far as Cyberpunk goes, The patch, like, cheers to them. I'm glad they brought out that patch. It's interesting that they did, because they revamped so much of the game. They changed big portions of how mechanics worked, and apparently they reshuffled abilities, and they did several other things. It sounds really interesting. I want to check it out. Here's the thing. Their patch did not include the DLC that they have been working on, supposedly, like, since before the game released or something, or at least about the time the game released. I want to know when that's happening, because until that patch comes out, I'm not planning to replay it. And at some point I do want to replay it, but I want to do it when the DLC hits. And it feels really weird for them to send out this patch without acknowledging or saying, like, hey, we're getting pretty close. The DLC is just, like, right around the corner. No mention of it. Not even a hint of when that DLC hits. Which does not leave me with a lot of confidence. I feel like that's I feel like we're going to be looking at, like, the end of 2022, and they'll be like, so the patch is coming soon. And everyone's going to be like, look, guys, at this point, why don't you just make Cyberpunk 2078? And yeah, just stick the DLC in there, okay? Like, just make it one big game. It will be okay with that. Just, you know, don't take 10 years to build the next one. Because I don't think they're doing themselves any favors at this point. I don't know if David's actually still on, but it'd be kind of funny if I just went back over that and he isn't. Why did I get... I just noticed I got pinged for something and I'm not sure why. And it's coming from a server that shouldn't be pinging me. Okay, good. It was just a at everyone, not something that I need to pay attention to. Okay, so let's see. At this stage, let's see. Still on. Feel they're just trying to sucker console players back before dropping DLC. But if people already paid for it, and they actually made the game presumably pretty good with this update, like, there are a lot of people who are already giving credit for, I guess they fixed the driving mechanics that everybody hated. They fixed apparently they fixed a lot of the AIs to behave really well and be smarter and not just, like, fall over dead just because you walk up and shoot them in the face a bunch of times. Like, they'll actually try to survive. There's a lot of stuff that apparently they did pretty good by the couple of early opinions that I've heard. At this stage, it feels like maybe it's no longer suckering them. Maybe they're actually just, like, they fixed the game and the DLC will come, but, like, now it's finally the game that everyone should have had when the game first sold. If that's the case, like, at this point, it just feels like legitimate selling a game. Carson, favorite MCU character? Favorite MCU character. Okay, on a technicality, because he is supposed to be joining Doctor Strange in the next Doctor Strange movie, Deadpool officially will become an MCU character. So that is an option. I'm just saying. It feels like I could count Deadpool officially. Let's see. Oh my god, this is way too long of a list. Oh, cop-out answer. I mean, that's... Look, I went to the effort of cheating with a character that's not actually an MCU character yet. Not formally. Okay, just so I can do a quick skim of these. Okay, at least... I'll replace if I find a winner. But starting out, Iron Man... I'm sorry, Iron Man blows away Captain America, Hulk, Thor. Though at least Thor is likable. You know what? I actually would have almost said Black Widow until the Black Widow movie. The Black Widow movie made Black Widow worse. Hawkeye's whatever. Nick Fury is... Man, I feel like they kind of chumped Nick Fury. Ant-Man's whatever. Doctor Strange is not that good. Spider-Man, that's tempting. I like the character. I'm not necessarily as big a fan of the individual movies, but I think the character was pretty good. Oh, you know what? It feels like a cop-out, but I gotta admit, I fucking love Jarvis. Jarvis is awesome. No to Black Panther. Vision would almost be tempting, but not quite. He doesn't stand up to Iron Man. I mean, Iron Man's still better. Just in terms of personality and fun. For about 15 minutes, Star-Lord is pretty good, but he's a one-note character real quick. Groot is tempting, but Baby Groot honestly got so cheesy. It reflects poorly on Groot. Rocket Raccoon, damn it. Tom Holland's Spider-Man is the best adaptation. To me, it's almost offensive you even have to say that. Because it's obvious. Look, Tobey Maguire is a travesty. An insult to cinema history. And Andrew Garfield did not play Spider-Man. He played someone who dressed like Spider-Man, but was apparently already kind of a douche in school, not the guy that got picked on. So Andrew Garfield wasn't even playing Spider-Man. But at least he was better than... He was a less hateable, barely less hateable character, or less hateable version than Tobey Maguire. So that's something to his credit. But Tom Holland, like the actor, like the performance, like that version of Spider-Man, everything about that is coming together really well. Cheers, 100% easily the best. And at this stage, if Tom Holland quit for some reason, if they try replacing him with anybody else, they should be fired on the spot. Because I don't see Tom Holland getting replaced as Spider-Man. Not realistically, not easily. And yeah, he passes as a high schooler because the dude he's got the Michael J. Fox look to him. He's just perpetually young. Okay, let's see. So, just to be clear, I want to say right now, if I'm picking just from the MCU characters that I've looked at, Iron Man and Rocket Raccoon are tied. Let's see. I'm mad they never did a better job with Pepper Potts. Like, they just started to make her cool. They gave her powers, and then we're like, yeah, that's our last movie. Who cares? Winter Soldier, aka Bucky Barnes, is almost tempting, but not tempting enough. Many of the characters we're getting to now are nobodies except for Loki, Loki's good. He's not Iron Man good, but he's good. Mostly don't care about the rest of those. Okay. Now we're into villains. Oh, wait, you asked about MCU character. Oh man, I'm gonna throw you for one here, because I'm instantly tempted to actually give it to Ultron. Ultron was awesome. Not only is he voiced by, suddenly I'm drawing the worst blank on his name, but the guy from Blacklist, or also better known as the guy from Stargate. Damn it. I'm just gonna... Really? Come on. Yeah. Searching Ultron didn't work. Fine. Age of Ultron. Avengers, Age of Ultron. Where's he at? Ah, James Spader. This man. This man's voice is just... I almost want to meet this guy in person just so I can say I've met James Spader in person. There are not many celebrities that I care to meet, but I would want to meet him just so I can hear his voice in person. Oh yeah, well, 9 times out of 10, Google is faster than IMDb. The reason IMDb, sometimes I like it, because when you're typing stuff into the search box, like, you can get just part of it in there, and a lot of times pick it from the list, and it saves you clicks. It's the reason why I'll still use IMDb directly sometimes. Anyway, yeah, James Spader, Ultron, I gotta say that he was cool, he was smart, he was clever. It's really hard not to put Ultron at the top of the list for favorite MCU character. Even though he was a throwaway villain, even though they did him dirty, I kinda loved him. I don't really care about Thanos, even though honestly Thanos was basically Ultron. Like, character-wise, motivations, behaviors, they honestly were not that different. But Ultron was just so much cooler than Thanos. Even though Thanos was voiced by... I can't remember, but... any chance we're gonna get. Nope. Damn it. Okay. Avengers Endgame. Wait, really? Not in the top cast list, so... Josh Brolin. Okay. Love Josh Brolin. Never thought I'd actually say that, because, you know, I was always kind of indifferent to him, but once he started into the MCU, appearing as both Thanos and what's his name from from Deadpool. I can't remember the character name, and I don't really care, but the appearing as both, like, the dude is suddenly kind of turned pretty freaking cool. But yeah, he still doesn't hold a candle to Ultron. Okay, looking through the rest of these. Okay, would it be cheating to say Aunt May? Or just too too hokey. Or alternatively, Happy. Come on, who didn't love Happy? Okay. Just, I think the rest of this list is gonna be, oh. Okay, not my favorite character, per se, but actually legitimately kind of ranking high in the movies. Captain Marvel. I did like that movie. Admittedly, part of it is the 90s nostalgia. It was fun. Like, Wonder Woman's coming out and they're trying to rock the 80s nostalgia, and it was kind of cringy. Captain Marvel comes in and they rock the 90s, and it's like, boom. That, right? I'm pointing the wrong direction. But they rock the 90s in that movie perfectly. I'll tell you, I'm not kidding when I say this. Everywhere you went, you did hear the song Smells Like Teen Spirit. That was true. Everywhere you went, that song was playing. Happy was a great character. Yep, he was. Yes, Brolin did mocap for Thanos. That I remember seeing some sort of behind the scenes shot for that. Let's see. Okay. Looking over the rest of the characters, I'm pretty confident not into most of them. There's some of these that I like. Mostly for the actors and actresses. Like, I mean, come on. Ulysses Cleu, or whatever, who is, damn it, I can't think of his name now, but I'm not gonna even look that one up. I don't care. But if I remember, he's Gollum. Andy Serkis. Pretty sure that's Andy Serkis, right? Damn it, now I have to look it up. Andy Serkis. Yep, that's him. Yeah. I actually... Jane Foster, played by Natalie Portman. Love Natalie Portman. Don't care that much about Jane Foster. She's okay. But, you know, solid. I honestly couldn't care less about Ego. He was honestly kind of a crap character. But Kurt Russell, kind of like him. I to this day, actually, I am pretty amused by Taserface. But Nebula, do not actually, I kind of dislike the character, but I love her. Her name will almost come to me, and it's not there. But I love that actress. She's great. Mantis actually was a pretty fun character. Not good enough to beat Iron Man, Ultron, or Rocket Raccoon, but solid. Yeah, so I'm not gonna give you a favorite, but I'm saying Ultron, Iron Man, and Rocket Raccoon. Those are my three favorite MCU characters. Solid choices, I think. And if I'm giving worst, actually I don't know who I would even go for with worst, but I'm inclined to go with these really dumb ones here, like Proxima Midnight and Ebony Maw. Like, they were just pointless, dumb characters. They barely needed to exist. Am I gonna watch Uncharted? Yeah. Tom Holland, man. It doesn't matter that the movie, honestly, like the trailer looks kind of hokey, and it doesn't even really match the game, which, oh well. You like Ned? Okay, I don't know. I just honestly I barely even remember these characters. I'm just saying. You like you like Ned and MJ. I see. Okay, so I have nothing against Ned. He's funny. They did good with Ned. But to go favorite, I can't put him in favorite. I don't know why. He just, like, supporting characters, hard to make true supporting characters. It's hard to make them favorites for me. And I mean, who doesn't love MJ? Which also, how is she not in this list? I mean, they included a couple of really weird picks here that they didn't have to put in, but they didn't get in MJ. That honestly feels weird, especially because when you think about it, he's in the tier with Happy. Yeah, exact. Well, I mean, he basically was Happy. I mean, his job was literally like, get your main hero out of dumb little binds that obviously the hero should be able to get out of, but they're simple little stupid stuff that the assistant can do. And he spent a lot of time actually carrying around shit for his hero. Both of them do this. So that actually really checks out. Him and Happy are basically like the same character, but, you know, not. But seriously, so they managed to fit in Quicksilver, who is on screen not a lot. They managed to fit in, honestly, like, there's a lot of people on the screen already that are just, like, hardly in anything. And they managed to get in Pepper Potts, who, granted, yes, technically does get superpowers, but not a lot. They managed to fit in a bunch of people here, but MJ, who is actually in the movie, like legit in the movie, no mention. Come on now. Come on now. And no one can tell me she doesn't have superpowers, because she figured out who Spider-Man was. If that's not a superpower, I don't know what is. Look at when Superman went into a phone booth. No one could figure out who Clark Kent. No one knew. No one could figure that out. It didn't matter that they looked absolutely identical except for wearing glasses. No one could figure that out. But MJ, she sees, hey, there's a dude wearing a full body suit and, like, you know, straight up doesn't seem like at all like the guy that obviously has a crush on her. That dude, she picked him out, no question. I'm just saying, MJ has superpower. There's some, I don't know, maybe she can, maybe X-ray vision, or maybe seeing the future, or detecting lies. Doesn't matter. She has a superpower. Man, they need to have me on Screen Junkies. And if that doesn't make sense, we need to talk. But they need to have me on Screen Junkies just to make these really dumb arguments. I would die on this hill. MJ actually has superpowers. I will absolutely die on that hill. Doesn't she eventually actually get some superpowers or something? Does MJ ever get powers? Okay. MJ never really had powers save for a few alternate realities and spin-off series. She's completely normal, yet she still manages to put others' needs before herself when it comes to stopping the bad guys. Okay. Fine. I still object. And it's not like they couldn't give her superpowers. That is an option. They don't have to lock her down. Just saying. Give her superpowers. Make it official. And if I remember correctly, didn't somebody, when they wrote her, decide that she was going to be kind of like a mix of MJ and Gwen Stacy? I swear I remember hearing that when they were concocting her, they were like, they kind of wanted her to be a little bit of both. Or, well, like, had maybe not a little bit of both, but like, you know, 25%, 75%, like leaning heavy MJ, but with a good dose of Gwen Stacy or something. You're not sure what's going to happen to her character. Okay, spoiler. That pretty much means that she gets lost in a dimensional portal or some stupid crap like that. Man, if they wipe her out, don't get me wrong, like, I think plenty of people would go, if they were to take her out of the franchise, I'm kidding, by the way. I'm joking that this translates to removing her, but if they were to take her out of the franchise, I honestly think fans would riot, because this is the most beloved couple there is. So the idea of them ever taking her out of the franchise, insanity at this point, because obviously they will have more Marvel movies where Tom Holland comes back to be Spider-Man. Let's be honest, if they have him show up as Spider-Man and be in the movie for more than like 5 minutes, people will be mad if she's not there. Everyone loves her. So I'm just saying, look, at this point, think about this. When's the last time you saw a picture that didn't have both of them in it? You almost can't. They can't. Those 3 characters generate too much money. Yeah. And that's kind of the thing. Like, you'd have to... Yeah. Well, yeah, those 2 are inseparable. Like, just in terms of brand. You cannot take them away from each other. And, dear God, when these 2... Look, I'm in no way am I hoping for it or anything like that. I'm not saying that. But if these 2 ever break up, and just given... Like, I'm, again, not wishing this, not saying anything about that, but given the age, the odds do support that being a very practical possibility. I gotta say, the world is gonna lose its crap when these 2 break up. Or if these 2 break up. And unless it just turns into the worst long drawn out thing, I can only imagine people just go crazy. But yeah, so anyway, I see it like this. Everyone started joking about, and I think most people kind of agree. It like, part of it is memeable, but it's also true. Keanu Reeves was the internet's boyfriend, because his backstory, and all the legends about him just being such a nice guy and being so dedicated and having these interesting stories of what matters to him and what he's interested in, and so on and so forth. Like, everything about Keanu Reeves, it made him the internet's boyfriend. It doesn't matter if you are like a hardcore geek. It doesn't matter what your sexuality is. It doesn't matter what? There's something about Keanu Reeves that almost everybody likes. Even if they'll bag on him and call him a terrible actor, like, they still circle back and say, okay, he may be a terrible actor, but, or, okay, he might be this, but, like, everyone is inclined to defend him. I can't help but look at Tom Holland and Zendaya and think, okay, yeah, these two, if anything, like, they are the internet's couple. They look too good. They're just cute together. They behave cute. They're playing characters everybody loves. They're like, everything about them people can't help but like, except obviously there's always something that they'll find not to like, but even the things they don't like, they'll turn back around and say, okay, I hate this about her, like her being in Euphoria, but it's her. Or, like, you know, they'll decide that they hate that Tom Holland is, I don't know, maybe they hate that he's British, or maybe they hate that he did the Uncharted movie, or maybe they were actually fans of Spider-Man and they hate that he's come in and everyone says he's the best Spider-Man, when that person thinks it's somebody else. They'll still circle back and say, okay, but we still like Tom Holland. Like, everybody likes these two somehow, some way. Yeah, if anything ever happens to these two, it's, the world will just implode. The internet won't know what to do with it. Okay, so this is somehow on a day that I was genuinely convinced I was not going to make it past 4:30. Somehow managed to make it to 7. My voice is shot, which is going to make it real fun since I'm going to try to record audio samples tomorrow. I should be good and raspy for that. Did I play Uncharted? Yeah, I played 1, 2, and 3. I never got to 4. In part because with 4, when it came out, one, there was a bit of controversy over the voice actors. If you care enough, go look that up. It's this whole long thing. But there was also just circumstantial. 4 came out. I was kind of tired of the series. Like, I kind of wanted to play 4, but I was also a little played out on the series. And 4 was full price when it came out. By the time it was actually accessible for a more reasonable price, I had lost my motivation to buy it. So I just never got around to playing it. But I did play 1, 2, and 3. They're good games, but it's basically Tomb Raider with a dude. For lack of a better way to say it. Okay, so I'll get to the Carson's question in a second. David, what's the weekend looking like? I don't know. It depends on a couple of variables. I'm probably... It might depend a little bit on weather, because I'm supposed... or I kind of half promised that drone review was going to be done and I was going to be sending it back. But the weather this week has been so janky, I might kind of fudge a little and hold on to it through the weekend, even though the weather this weekend is worse. Wait, what? No snow. No snow. F you, you stupid weather. No snow. Not allowed, not permitted. You can go right the F off. Do not snow. I hate that. I'm gonna be so pissed if it snows. Unless it snows just enough for a nice dusting and I can fly a drone over it, then maybe I'll be okay with that. But so unhappy even seeing that. Okay, anyway, so I don't want to make any promises about this weekend. There's a very real chance that I'll be working review stuff, but there's also a very real chance that I'll be playing. And if I'm playing, it'll probably be returning to Control. It's a good game. I don't think so far it's not quite living up to what people said it was gonna be. Like, there was a lot of hype for Control. I'm not there with that yet, but it's not bad at all. It's still pretty fun. Or there's a chance that I'll do some photo edits or various other things like that, but at the moment, uncertain. And if I do anything like that, very notably by then, I'm going to have rearranged a little bit of my office. So that might actually lead to I might actually do like a little micro thing with that. Maybe. We'll see. Okay, so Carson, do you know if the movie is only over the first game or something? So with the Uncharted movie, from what I've seen, they're taking the concept of Uncharted and that's it. The first game does not have them flying around ships that were raised up into the sky. Like that does not happen in the first game. I don't think they're just taking some creative license. I think they're just legit they're just taking the concept of Nathan Drake and Uncharted and they're just totally scrapping the concept of following the games and making a straight up new movie out of it. There's no point in the first game that I recall where he's in a tux. There's no point where he's bringing down a chandelier or any of that stuff. All that stuff, they're making a totally brand new movie for it, as far as I can tell. In fact, even the character Mark Wahlberg plays, I don't think exists in the franchise. I could be wrong. I might be misremembering something, but I'm pretty sure that's a completely new character. So, yeah. I could easily be wrong, but I'm pretty sure they're just taking the character and concept and making a brand new movie. Basically just like they did... Well, even this isn't true. I was going to say basically like they did with... not Tomb Raider, though that too. Resident Evil. Like the original Resident Evil movie has absolutely zero fuck all to do with the game. But they took some character concepts and recreated them in the movie. I think it's about the same here. They're just, they're not trying to stick to a game because what for? Wonder if it's releasing digitally. I mean, it obviously will eventually, but if I remember, I believe I actually already marked this, so I'm checking, but I believe it is a definite theatrical only release at first. Yep, it is theatrical only, February 18th, so 2 days from now. So definitely you got to go to a theater to watch it. At least for now. I don't know how long it'll hold exclusivity. Oh, good. Yay. I opened Visual Studio earlier and didn't get update notices. Now I get them. That's perfect because I wanted to get these before I needed to open this later. So we're just going to start that update now. Yay for perfect timing on something. So yeah, I don't know. Oh, I don't even need to do it on this laptop. I moved all my movie stuff over to this other laptop now, so that being the case, let's just start that now. But yeah, I wish more movies were being outright clear about when they're gonna have their digital releases, because I get why some of them don't, but for the most part, look, this is one of those movies. If you're not gonna go see it in theaters in the first month, it kind of doesn't matter how long it's gonna take. You're choosing to wait until they release. And if you can't wait for a digital release, you're gonna go see it in the theater right away. It's one or the other. It's not like anyone's really ducking these options. And realistically, Uncharted, I'm betting that they're gonna give that as long of a pull time as possible. So it's probably gonna be like 2 months out, maybe 3, before they do a digital. I don't think it'll be longer than 3 though. I think they've realized that they get so much better sales of digital if they release it at least reasonably close to when it leaves theaters. Not immediately, because that undermines the theater, but if a movie leaves theaters and they push it to digital like 3 to 4 weeks later, that's pretty much like the golden target. Carson, damn, no press movie tickets for Movie Critic Cody. I have been offered a couple times that they said they could arrange screenings. But I don't think they know where I live. Well, I know they don't know where I live, but I don't think they realize that in order to arrange a screening, I would either have to, this is a legitimate issue for me. In order to arrange screenings in a theater, I would, my nearest and only theater, I'm not kidding, there's only one theater within an hour of me. My only theater within an hour of me cannot do movie screenings because they are not secured. That's actually a thing. At least I'm told it's a thing. Oh, I've never seen the screen look like that. I'm gonna have to read that in a minute. But the nearest theater that I think I could use is up in Eugene, and that's a long way to, that would be as long of a drive as it is to just watch most movies each direction. So yeah, that's kind of a lot of commitment to go see a movie that's probably, I mean, in this case I would love to go watch it, but that's a lot, asking a lot. Also, I'm not big enough to pull movie screeners for most of the big stuff. I've had a couple of bigger movies that I got to screen in advance, but for the most part, I still get stuck with the really mediocre stuff. Also, I don't know if you've noticed, but I have not posted a movie review on the movie, the weekly movie update in a very long time. Because, frankly, it just took too much time. Honestly, it took way too much time to try to squeeze in the screeners and actually write about it, especially when half the movies I didn't care to see in the first place. Not to say that I didn't end up seeing a few that I'm glad that I saw, that I wouldn't have otherwise watched. That happened. There were instances where movies were... I'm kind of almost glad that I got to see a screener version of it first, just so I could genuinely say, wow, I'm glad I didn't even go to the effort to try to get this extra legally. You know what I mean. Yeah, but there are some movies that it's rough. And I've been offered a few movies that they never actually sent screeners for. Like, one of the Netflix movies. It was a Netflix animated movie. It's the one that was Aladdin, but done as an Asian storyline. I want to say Chinese, but I'm not sure that it wasn't Japanese. I keep saying Asian because I can't remember which of the two in this case. Netflix animated movie Dragon. Wish Dragon. That's what it was called. If you like the movie Aladdin, just straight up the movie Aladdin, and we're talking the old Disney one. If you want to see a straight up unrepentant knockoff of that, but done with, this has got to be China, right? I'm not confident enough. But anyway, if you want to see a straight up unrepentant copy of Aladdin, watch Wish Dragon. It's decently well done, but the story is exactly Aladdin. But I was offered a screener for this. I agreed to it, and they never sent it. And that was just one of many. And it's always these slightly higher profile movies that would happen. And I still never got in good with any studios that do the really big stuff, or the PR agents that cover the really big stuff. I kind of tried a little bit, but I didn't try super hard. If I could get paid for the amount of time that was going to go into doing reviews for all these movies, believe me, I would be hitting up all the studios and being like, hey, you know, we're doing this now. Can you set us up? But yeah, that won't work. Not when I'm not routinely doing reviews, and it's not worth it for the time. Like, it is such a time commitment to watch and factor in actually writing a review. Time to move back to Vegas to get the exclusive movie screenings. So about that, first off, I have actually screened, or I have been part of a test audience in Las Vegas once. There was this one time, me and at that time my girlfriend, I guess at that time she might have technically been a fiance ish, but yeah, me and my girlfriend, I think, had just either finished watching a movie, or we were maybe about to watch a movie, something like that. Anyway, some rando dude comes up and is like, hey, do you want to see an unreleased movie? Like, kind of just approached us a little bit creepy. And we're like, yeah, okay. And he's like, here, you have to sign this little like NDA, and we give you some tickets. And on your way out, we'd appreciate, you don't have to, but we'd appreciate it if you'd give us some feedback on it. And we saw, he wouldn't tell us what movie it was. I think he gave us like a little bit of a hint. And if I saw if I could see a list of things, I might remember it. But it was I remember it being a comedy, but I don't remember much else. Anyway, yeah, totally just went in, watched that. Somebody walked in right before the movie started and spoke to the audience being like, hey, you know, I just want to say again, if you guys, if you have any thoughts or opinions to share with us, we'd really appreciate it. Just find us after the movie's done. This is costing you nothing. Hope you enjoy it. And I think they may have even said, like, pay special attention to something. Like, maybe they directed us to watch the ending closely and decide if we liked it or something. Anyway, so yeah, that happened to me in Vegas. That was kind of interesting for a first time to have seen something like that happen. And I actually joined this program where you're supposed to be able to go see movie screenings. And I don't remember why, but I never actually saw a screening using that program. It was just one of those things where you sign up and like they basically put you on a list and I think like text you or something when movie screenings are coming up. But I think they only texted you like 3 or 4 hours ahead of time. And I think they told you what they were or something like that. And I either didn't want to see the movies, or every time they tried texting, it was always just like, it's too late, I don't have time. But yeah, anyway, so I actually tried being in that situation before. It just never panned out. Oh, but anyway, it is like 20 minutes past when I plan to be off. Just sign up for Movie Pass. Dude, I don't want NFTs. NFTs in this sense almost sounds like a disease. But no, Movie Pass, please no. It's just bound to be a scam again. I don't know, maybe it isn't. Maybe that guy's on the level, but seriously, I just do not have any faith that Movie Pass is ever going to go anywhere. And the fact that they're actually entertaining it as an NFT thing, seriously, bad. But yeah, anyway, so yeah, I gotta get going. My voice is like, I can tell I'm gonna have such a hard time tomorrow. But thanks to everyone for coming by. Thanks for hanging out, being part of the conversation. Thanks for letting me ramble at you for a little bit. Again, this weekend is up in the air, some uncertainty, but I think at a bare minimum, after looking at that really unpleasant weather, at least for Sunday, forget it. Sunday, actually, I am almost prepared to commit to streaming Sunday, because it should be raining, it's going to be cold, it's going to be crappy. I think the odds are very good I'm going to be streaming Sunday. So, Saturday, a little more uncertain. We'll just have to wait and see what happens. And yeah, so anyway, again, oh, and I haven't done this in a while, but if you'd like to help support the channel, there are links down below to Patreon and Streamlabs. I know I keep saying I'm going to change the Streamlabs link to PayPal. If that's holding you back, just use the Streamlabs link. I'll fix it one of these days, but I feel like I'm going to keep forgetting. And let's see, I don't remember, I've lost my rhythm, I've lost my flow, but that's good enough, so there we go. Thanks again for coming by, thanks for hanging out, and I will see you in the next one. Oh. Yeah, okay, I totally screwed up and clicked the wrong thing, but yes. Thanks for hanging out, and goodbye, everybody.